So I was thinking, that's not to say that I don't think, I do think, but I was thinking that I would upload the last book that I dared to upload to my YouTube channel, which is Railgun, Earth Under Siege. That's the last book in my author's library. The next book that I'll upload will be Fortress. This is it. Railgun, even though it's one of my older books, it's still a good book. It's a first-person shoot-'em-up kind of book, post-apocalyptic, and it has a lot of great sci-fi elements. You know, first alien contact, all the works. And is narrated by the great Henry Ward, which is beautiful voice, beautiful acting, beautiful everything. The only thing is that Railgun has multiple POVs, and it could be a little bit hard to follow, especially since I wrote it in first person. But I am very confident that you guys are very smart to follow along. And if you get lost, if you don't like the book, you tell me in the comments. But if you like the book, let me know. So here's Railgun, Earth Under Siege. Prepare to dream.
Prelude. Earth was dying. Si Wang meant hope in Chinese, and at the time it was the only hope the world had to save itself. We only had one contract, but trust me, that single contract was more than enough to keep everyone busy. The contract was called Great Dragons. The world at that time was utterly doomed. Corporations and the entire nation poured all their money and resources into one single company with the hope of saving the world. The global climate was unbearable. The world was boiling into one big, ugly soup. The constant burning of fossil fuels and human pollution, such as plastics and toxic waste, painted a less than pretty picture across the globe. Soon, after the point of no return, when all the scientists and big leaders across the world finally agreed that things were unsustainable, they eventually decided to outlaw any harm against the Earth. New laws were made to help protect the Earth, to try and control the change, although little could be done. Massive recycling efforts were made. Companies were keeping track of the materials they sold and expected the people who bought them to recycle them properly. For instance, when a container of any product became empty, a person may throw it away in a special recycler that was capable of reading an engraving on the object. Once the recycler read the engraving, then one had basically done his part in trying to save the world. When a person had more than a couple of unread labels from the items previously purchased, he would be fined heavily. More so, everything one ever bought or owned was registered in amounts of pollution. The less pollution you caused, the better a citizen you were. Things were that grave. The government was desperate. However, it did not matter how much a person recycled or the amount of efforts made towards a cleaner, reduced living. Scientists knew that the world was doomed. We needed to undo what we had done. The first dragon was turned on in the year 2140 in East China Sea, in between Taiwan and China. The dragon was a massive, fan-like structure. As far as I remembered, it ascended 1.5 miles above the surface of the Earth, and that was just the height. I could not clearly remember the exact measurements, but it was massive and powerful. The humankind looked at it in awe and called it the new wonder of the world. To everyone's sheer surprise, the dragon did its job, and it did good. It inhaled all the toxic air around and exhaled a somewhat cleaner and enriched air to breathe. The fan was slowly making it easier to live on Earth, dropping the overwhelming temperatures down. By the year 2170, the world had 10 more dragons functioning round the clock, and for a time it brought the climate back down to its normal temperature. The world became livable once again, and people could even predict the next sandstorm or lightning storm. Kids played in the streets once more, and everything was close to being normal, to say the least. But time passed, and humans as we are, there are many instances where we just don't seem to learn, and inadvertently make the same mistakes over again, until the dragons slowly lost their vigour, and so did the world. Eventually, there was sudden and extreme change of temperatures, which made it difficult to live outside in the open once more. Scientists tried to manipulate the world fans to try to control the climate, but with no luck this time around. The planet did whatever it wanted, and it was angry. There were storms, earthquakes, tornadoes, electric discharges all across the globe, and most were unpredictable no matter how hard they tried. As absurd as it may sound, but it was an indisputable fact, the Earth was tired of humans living on it. There was chaos, and it was becoming out of anyone's control. Humans fretted, for Earth was the only world known to us to harbour life. And just when we thought we had witnessed the worst, things became more horrendous when the space travellers arrived, attracted by our dying planet. This time, the apocalypse did not bother to knock on the door. Awakening. The year 2186. Railgun. My optical sensors adjusted for optimal performance in the dim lighting conditions. I woke up slowly, my eyes blurry and my body cold. At least, that was the description my cerebral computer told me at the time of my awakening. I made out the wrinkled features of a man with a white coat standing before me. My cerebral computer instantly recognized him as my father. He was looking at me with hope as well as fear, and I did not understand. Emotions flooded through him that I had yet to properly identify and categorize. From a stand-up scan, I was able to read that his heart was racing and that he was in great distress. As a reflex, my mechanical body began to alert itself. Hundreds of once dormant sensors came to life. I became more aware of my surroundings with each second that passed by. RA-2197! RA-2197, are you alive? Can you understand me? His voice wobbled. I turned my unblinking eyes back to him after scanning the room. It was a laboratory, and images of my humanoid form plastered the walls. Models of what seemed to be my heart core and GEL system concept rested on tables, along with the prototypes before me. My cerebral computer was so fast and clear that I was able to notice a small collection of achievements belonging to a Dr. Liu in detail. I processed this information through my cerebral computer located in the hardened steel casing behind my visor. Yes, I pronounced categorically. I can understand you clearly. He looked as though his tear ducts were irritated by something present in the air, but I sensed nothing. Looking back at it, I can say that I was feeling confusion, but I was at a loss then as to what I was experiencing. Beyond him at the door, 3 figures approached with the force of what humans would call a raging bull. Although, like me, they were shaped similarly to a human, they were not. They were larger than a human norm, with a body that was wrapped in dark metal suits. This made further physical features indefinable. They had different life signals than would have been functional for one. I did not know what their intentions were. I do not know what I would have done at the time if I had recognized them. Dr. Liu took my face between his hands and looked deep into my optic centre. Was he aware of the figures approaching? Shouldn't he try evacuating the room? What did he build me for? My primary functions were still booting. I was still learning as my algorithm unfolded itself and expanded in my cerebral computer. Please, protect Jaker. Protect my granddaughter. Let no harm come to her. Please fulfill this one task I give you. Fulfill this task above everything else. Please! He choked out the last word as the figures reached his back. One took a step closer to him as it pressed the tips of its fingers into his back and out to the skin on his belly in one quick movement. Withdrawing its hand, its arm was covered in an almost black-red plasma. The other two had stood one on either side of the first. When the job was done, they glanced over at me. Detecting no life and seeing that I did not act, they hurriedly turned away. They went to look for her. My father's hands sank from my face, but his eyes did not turn to look at those who had taken his life. Instead, his eyes continued to look upon me, even as his blood pooled in his mouth and his eyes lost their light. I felt a sharp pang in my chest, a pang that I was yet to understand, though I was able to recognize that things were not right. Along with life, he had given me another gift. A purpose, the only purpose I would ever know. The only purpose I would live for. Although I did not understand such concepts at the time, I felt it within me. It was a compulsion, a must, a complete absolute. I needed to find her. Jaker. I knew that she was only 2 rooms away and knew exactly how she looked. I did not question it. Instead, I saw that the non-humans with strange and liquid-like gait moved towards her direction. They were threats, and they became my target. I moved past my father's death place. Pistons and bolts slid seamlessly with my metallic panels as my mechanical body roared to life. Artificial muscles pulled and pushed with tremendous power as my core burned with the power of a god. I pursued those hunting my charge, calculating my advantage over the creatures. It was as though I was designed to be a hunter, and them my prey. Unfortunately, they had a head start. I ran up the stairs into the home above, bashing into cabinets and chairs as I learned the restrictions and limits of this new form in the physical space. My knowledge of Jaker seemed inherent. I knew her. I felt her heart rate and heard her voice above any other sounds. She was calling for help. She was calling for me. I caught up to them as they bashed their hands and used strange staves against the defensive force field emanating from her room. It seemed that Dr. Liu had planned for this contingency. He was no fool. If he was going to protect his granddaughter, he would surely take every step necessary to do so. As I approached them, I spotted the young woman inside, Jaker. As I did not slow for a second when the creatures saw me, they looked at each other and stopped trying to break the force field. I pressed on, reaching the creature farthest back in the group. I grabbed the helmet of its armoured suit and flung it against a wall with a loud crash. Hung-up pictures fell and glass shattered against the impact on the floor. Yet the creature rose again. I moved my hand into it the same way I had seen life ended before, but its body armor prevented harm. My hand bounced back, and it moved to restrain me, tripping my awkward body and pinning me to the floor. The other two turned at this sudden development. It seemed clear they did not expect me to be activated, much less to be of any danger to them. Suddenly, my body burned with movement, and I felt that they would not last in my presence. Grabbing them by the same hand they used to hold me down, I banged them to the floor. Of course they got up right away, but so did I. Without wasting any time, I launched the most brutal attacks that my cerebral computer was able to process. Their body armor quickly began to detach as every one of my hits went deeper and deeper into their bodies. Jaker stepped forward at their distraction. Her eyebrows furrowed and fists clenched. Perhaps she sensed an opportunity as they retreated away from me to the other corner of the room. "Railgun!" she screamed out, pressing her fists against the force field. "Fire!" She was my trigger. I leapt back, acting to her command. My two arms came together and interlocked, extending into a cannon-shaped weapon 2 meters before me and 1 behind. A rail was formed with a row of light, signalling the charge of the shot as it began to light up from red to green with static electricity all around it. Particles of electricity danced all around me, and once I had them locked on, I fired. Arrival. The year 2176, 10 years before. Dr. Liu. Ever since I was a little boy, I dreamed of invention. I dreamed of changing the world. Now, I couldn't care less. The way I saw it, we're doomed regardless. I flipped through the channels on the display projecting on the wall. Only the same things played over and over. The same footage was put on repeat. All of it was just about the spacecraft which had landed in Russia. It seemed that the first contact protocol to make diplomatic negotiations with the extraterrestrial beings had been completely ruined. Now it was my old company, Wang, which had taken prominence in the mediations. The news on the display talked about Wang, the company which had ended the global warming crisis and now dominated the energy market worldwide, as the excellent negotiator between the newcomers. Wang was one of the last powerhouses in the world, one of the few entities with real power. They were the only ones that kept innovating after the First World Crisis. After all, they had brought humanity such hope for survival before, as was their namesake. That made me look back at the world and all its empty promises, at all the sci-fi movies I used to watch as a kid with all their flying cars and cool gizmos that never saw the light of day. So naive we all were to think that in the future there would be a universal vaccine that would cure all, that in the future we would have a peaceful world, free of hunger and disease. The best we ever managed was not to wipe ourselves clean off the face of the planet. We had thoroughly destroyed our planet's climate. And for what? For money? I was an old man, and I did not have the fascination with the landing like the rest of the world. In fact, it could be said that I resented it. If they were going to destroy the Earth, then let them. It was not like we had the power to save it anyway. I had grown a bitter old man. Boy, I needed my Jing. She was the only one who knew how to make me smile. I stopped flicking through the channels, realizing that this history-altering tale would not be ignored. I turned off the display instead. Before I even had the time to stand, I heard the doorbell. "Oh, just a minute," I called at the door, grumbling to myself. My knees ached with my back as I got up from the hard sofa and made my way to the highly secured door. With a touch of my hand, it opened, and I had to tilt my head downwards to see that it was my granddaughter, Jaker, who had rang the doorbell. She looked up at me with the bright eyes that all 7-year-old children should have. "Hi, Grandpa. Dad's just in the car, okay? "He's talking to Mum. He'll be right here," she told me, sounding like she had parroted off what Eric had probably instructed her to say. My stomach felt like a knot knowing that he would be travelling to Russia in the next few hours. "Well, that's fine. Come in, girlie, I'll get you something with chocolate," I said. By the time the words left my lips, she was already inside, looking at all the achievements and family photographs on the wall. "Thank you, Grandpa," she said, remembering her manners. I smiled and waved her off. She was always welcome. It was the little ones like her that reminded me things weren't always like they were now that I was old. I went to the kitchen and found an old box of sweets and brought them back to her, instructing her to pick her favourite of the variety. Eric came in, looking a great deal more nervous than his daughter. His wife, Catherine, had also come out from the car and called out a greeting to me, but soon got distracted by Jacob going for another chocolate. She took the empty box from her and took it to the recycle unit in the corner of the kitchen. It scanned its code with the machine's blip of acknowledgement. It opened to take the waste directly to appropriate disposal. My son and I had a quick hug in greeting, and he patted my shoulder when he was done. It was a big day, and neither of us wanted to say what we were thinking. "Traffic was bad coming here. Everyone's leaving Taipei," Eric told me as I went to boil the kettle. "All this alien business, I imagine. I don't know why they put that stuff on television. Puts everyone in a panic mode. Everyone wants to survive, but nobody has the slightest clue on what they're trying to survive from. If you go and ask anyone what they're doing, I am sure that you will get a mindless answer. People aren't thinking right now." "Please, Dad. The craft is outside Rybinsk. What else would you have them do? If this is what they think is best, then it's okay. At the very least, they are doing something," he said, taking a seat at the family table. Slowly, he took the pot I had made and began pouring the cups of tea for Catherine and me. She was minding Jacob for the moment in the living room. "Maybe they're leaving to see their families." It left my mouth before I considered what it implied. Perhaps I was a little bitter from my age, but it was all my fault. Eric had always offered to see me frequently. I regretted saying it that very instant. Eric gave a long sigh. "Of course, you've always taught me the importance of family, but that's exactly why I can't pass up this mission. We have a responsibility to the world to make sure this goes as smoothly as possible. We'll learn about these extraterrestrials, accommodate for them, consider what they came here for, and we'll be back soon. Then how about we all go on a vacation somewhere? Together," he suggested, trying to make things sound a little lighter. He was still so young, not even 40, and still had so much hope. He took so much as well from his mother. I missed my Jing then more than ever, since she passed 2 years ago. Having visitors like that just reminded me of how empty my house was these days. "Your mission sounds like a long one, Eric, but I understand. I will be sure to look after Jacob while you and Catherine continue your work. Just remember that I've been through exactly what you are going through. I wasted my life working for Si Wang when I should have been spending more time with you and your mother. There will always be someone to do these missions. I just want you to understand that you don't have to do it. Dad, the Yi project you led saved billions of lives. Your inventions converted greenhouse gases into a usable power source that could be harvested for the first time in human history. You can't tell me you regret that. If it wasn't for you, no one of us would be standing here. Sure, Si Wang would have found someone else to do your work, but what if that person would have failed where you succeeded, Dad? Let me follow my family legacy. Let me do my bit to keep the world safe. Let me try to be like you, Eric said, while looking at me with the eyes of a man who could not be dissuaded. I tried to smile. For him. Catherine joined him at the table and touched his arm as she sat down. Jacob followed soon after and took the seat beside me, searching through her backpack for a juice box they had packed for her. He did continue after a moment, glancing over to his wife as he began, "I'm not saying it's going to be easy. We just need to express the misunderstanding before someone tries to start some kind of war with them. And you know someone will. Shots have already been fired at them, not that it even touched the hull. People feel threatened. Next, someone will suggest we go nuclear," he said, emphasizing the last bit. We could all imagine how disastrous that could be. I couldn't say a word back to him. He did have a point. If someone was going to talk to them and be successful, it would be him. However, it pained me to see my son walking towards the gate of what could be the apocalypse. I thought highly of my son for that, off to fight a fight that was not his own. It's hovering over Rybinsk Reservoir, which is about 6, maybe 7 hours away from the airport. Our flight leaves at 8 p.m. I had hoped that he would keep himself safe. I hoped that Catherine as well would stay safe and look after him. I had hoped that once again we would be able to save the world from impending doom. The little girl beside us didn't seem to mind or understand exactly what was going on. As far as she was concerned, her parents were going to say hello to some new people. If only everyone could see things as simply as a child. If only that was the case this time around. The rest of the time they visited with me passed in a blur, like a blink of the eye. Although at the time it seemed to last much longer than it did once it was finished. A father should never outlive his children. That simple thought scared me more than anything else out there. That was something no father should go through. Uncertain Hope. Year 2176. Jacob. Before my parents waved goodbye, they told me to learn. They said, "Jacob, you know you have a really big chance of learning from Grandpa about those robots you enjoy so much. Do you remember when we took you to Italy?" I smiled, thinking clearly of our vacation. It was one of the few days between storms that people could go outside without getting hurt or sick, and the streets were crowded with happy people as the sun shone brightly. Full streets were always like a holiday, very few and far in between. Full streets were the best thing we ever got back in those days. Vendors sold all sorts of food, and there were androids performing diverse entertainment everywhere. One of them even made a pizza for a crowd, and Mum bought a slice for me. It moved its finger naturally, like a human, but I could see every little tendon twitch as it moved perfectly. I asked them every question I could think of before my parents pulled me away. "I do remember. That was a lot of fun," I told them. A part of me hoped that if I kept talking to them, my parents couldn't leave. I really wanted to know if they were like we are, or if they were just like other machines. I love how they move and stuff. They have so many different parts. Mum smiled. "That's right. And you know, your grandpa is the best at making androids. They gave him all sorts of awards for it. You know, that performing robot would have been based on his prototypes. You're a very smart girl. I'm sure he can teach you something about making them if you ask him nicely." "Me? Okay, I'll ask Grandpa." The idea of making a robot of my very own filled my imagination to the brim. I could hardly contain my excitement, but my smile fell a bit whenever my mother sighed and looked over to my dad. They seemed really scared. I knew that they were going to see the aliens that landed, and I heard they might not be very happy with people shooting at them. I wouldn't be very happy either. I tried hard to understand why them, why they must go and talk to them, but I was never able to figure it out then. I was much too young and too inexperienced to know anything about what was going on. You know, you guys didn't shoot them. The ones that shot them should apologise. You should stay here instead. I'm sure Grandad has more chocolate somewhere, I commented, ever hopeful they'd eventually change their minds about leaving. We're not going to apologise for them, Jacob. We're going to explain why some people are scared, but we'll also ask them what we can do to help make this easier for everyone. We will try to make things safe for the world, and for them also. They both took turns to hold me close, and I hugged them too. There was nothing more comforting in the world than being in their arms. We love you, Jacob. You make sure to keep Grandpa company. We won't be gone too long. Soon, they talked briefly about my heart condition. It was something I had learned to live with all these years. I remembered when I first experienced the symptoms of my genetically inherited mitral valve prolapse. I was just running and playing around inside a store while my mum was looking for some goods, when I suddenly had to stop. I bent to my knees on the floor as I held onto my chest. It was aching, and I felt a harsh throbbing inside it. I started breathing fast as I felt I would lose it. They had to rush me to a nearby hospital then, where instantaneous clinical and diagnostic exams were done. It was found out that the valve between the left chambers of my heart was not closing properly. Since that time, I would have a beta blocker with me at all times to control the symptoms associated with my condition. It would ease my heart in times of stress, panic attack, anxiety, and would control my chest pain and palpitation. Mum and Dad emphasised my medication to my grandfather, who took well note of it. They hugged him then, and I felt like I was going to cry, but I didn't. I knew it would be hard for them too, and I didn't want to make it any harder. I love you, Mum. I love you, Dad. They each kissed my cheek, and I kissed theirs. We love you too, sweetheart. You take care of each other. They smiled. For us. Grandpa and I waved them off. We walked them to the street where a car was waiting for them. Its doors slid to one side to accept their passengers, and the robotic system asked them for the destination. They waved with sadness in their eyes as they were taken away, and Grandpa put his hand reassuringly on my shoulder. I usually wasn't a needy kid, but I missed them already. The night passed quickly with Grandpa after that. We watched some TV, and he played antique board games with me until I got tired. After a while, he directed me to the guest room where he had everything ready for me. I brushed my teeth with tired eyes and curled up to my knees as I fell asleep. As I opened my eyes in the morning, I was astonished to find a cat sitting in front of me. It was so adorable, with big gold eyes and pointy ears with rounded tips, but it didn't have any fur. Instead, it was all plates of metal. It smiled at me with even teeth, not even jagged. I sat up quickly, fully awake. I stared at it, mouth agape. "Good morning, Miss Liu," it greeted, not as much moving its mouth to speak as it did open and shut its jaw to mimic speech while projecting the sound from some kind of voice bank. However, it managed it. The words came out flowing like from a natural tongue. It didn't sound as though it was a collection of pieced-together words at all. "Incredible!" I exclaimed. The cat chuckled warmly, its voice elegant and totally charming. It wasn't scary when it laughed like that. "You are too kind, miss. Would you like some classical music to help ease you into this day? He asked, sitting on his back paws like an ordinary cat. Music? Maybe later. First, though, can I ask you some questions? Well, you answered your first question already, miss. But I will answer any following queries to the best of my ability, of course. I grinned. You're so smart. Do you have a name I can call you? Are you like a pet? How did you know my name? Did Grandad tell you who I was? I asked in an eager hurry. Please, miss, you're making me blush, he said with a smile of his own before moving his paw against his face as if to clean himself. There was no way he would be polishing it, of course. It seemed as though it was just a cat-like behaviour for show, if nothing else. My name is Amadeus, after Mozart. I am a companion android, which I suppose is similar to a pet, but I consider myself to be on a more equal footing to the good doctor. He did mention that you would be staying here with him for the next while. I've never met an android that is as clever as you. You seem just like a person. Well, cat person. I corrected myself and laughed a bit, grabbing onto my pillow to pull it close to me. I crossed my legs to enjoy this conversation to its fullest. I imagine that's because I am the cleverest android that currently exists. I am a marvel of science, he said, and I was sure there was some haughtiness in his tone. I have a different kind of inner workings than other androids. Usually they are programmed with exact responses to situations based on a classic copied and pasted rundown of codes. You can add responses to their programming, but it hardly goes further than that. Even the most advanced AI that currently exists based their thought on pre-programmed information. However, I was built more similarly to the purest ideology of an AI, able to learn as I go from my interactions with the real world, like a human child might. Dr. Liu calls it RAIR, with a dot after each letter. He explained clearly. What does R.A.I.R. stand for? I asked as I rubbed my eyes and put my glasses on. I am very glad you asked. R.A.I.R, or simply put RAIR, stands for Reasoning Accumulative Intelligence Response. Unlike the myth of AI, artificial intelligence, in which programmers try loading thousands of exabytes of information onto the cerebral computer of a robot or a machine so that it can mimic the correct human response, the RAIR system is infinitesimally smaller than AI, with codes written within a few megabytes. However, the real beauty of RAIR lies in its function. With RAIR, a robot is born not knowing what to do, or what it should do, but it begins to learn and accumulate knowledge the second that it is born. Thanks to the World Wide Web, a robot with RAIR will learn just how a human would, but at a much more accelerated pace. However, there is only one robot in the world that is currently using this system, and that is me, Amadeus said, somehow managing a smile. I narrowed my eyes. I'd read enough books and seen enough shows to be a little suspicious. All the holo shows say that you're gonna hurt people. That's what AIs usually do. You'd never hurt people, would you? He shook his head and said, Why would I want to hurt people? I don't know why anyone wants to hurt people. It just seems like something I always see happening. Maybe like the people who hurt the aliens. Mum and Dad said it was because they're scared of them. I have nothing to fear from humanity. I have no intent to harm. I am equipped with basic stunning equipment though, but that is if I ever need to act as a defensive companion, Amadeus said. Oh, what do you mean you have nothing to fear? I mean, Grandad said that people nearly ruined the planet. You live here too, I pointed out. Though that is true, I have seen through your grandfather that humanity is working to correct their mistakes. Harming them would only make the revival process of this planet, my home, more difficult. I act as an aid and a sounding board to your grandfather's ideas, Miss Liu. I grinned. Call me Jaker. I'm really glad that you don't want to hurt people. Do you think Grandad will teach me how you work? I really want to build robots too someday. You seem so cool. I would bet that he will, but I am complex and intricate. Very few people understand how I work. If you really want to learn from him, it may take you much longer than you anticipate. One of his ears twitched back as though he was hearing something from the other room. I believe that your Grandad wishes to inform you that breakfast has been prepared. If you would like to follow me, I can guide you into the kitchen. The cat walked over to the door and instead of pawing at it like a normal cat, he jumped up to the handle to pull it down and release the hatch. The door swung open with the cat clinging to it before he let go and wandered into the rest of the home. In the kitchen there was the old wooden table that we had all sat on the afternoon before. The window above the kitchen sink showed that the day outside was a dark and dreary one, a normal day anywhere in the world. That day it wasn't storming, so it was a nice change. I missed the sunlight and looked up at the brightness behind the clouds. My grandfather had an antique box radio which was different from a normal audio emission. It played out in the room, a little stuffier sounding than I was used to. I was used to the audio waves filling the air from a speaker spot, but he didn't have one of those. Grandpa seemed to have been a little stuck in the past, but I guess he was happy with what he knew. Ah, there you are. About time you're out of bed, my grandpa just teased. He always came across as really grouchy, but I never felt that he was ever really mad. He was only playing. He didn't want to seem like he was going soft in his old age like a peach. I crawled up to the well-set table and looked around in amazement at his spotless kitchen. Many different little robotic creations tidying things up, and different machines manually picking up and placing objects around in their right places. "Grandad, your place is so great," I told him. Back in my house, we had just had the standard automatic, but nothing was as colourful as all the little robotic hands moving around. Amadeus jumped up and sat on the chair beside me, holding himself with clear pride. "Well, I'm old and don't have the back for all these complicated tasks anymore," he grumbled, but gave me a small wink. I grinned as if I knew his secret. "You're not just lazy, are you?" I wondered, calling him out on what I saw. Amadeus laughed. It was so strange to see a cat laugh, but the smile on his face seemed to suit him. "Now, Jaker, old people can't be lazy. We've already worked hard, in many cases more than the new generations will ever know. We can only be sore," he clarified, bringing over a plate of fluffy scrambled eggs and crispy rashers. A little tray of toast was placed on the table by a bouncing little toast bot. I giggled with amusement at the scene before me and my granddad's words. "It looks great," I told him, but after a moment I didn't know if I wanted to eat. "Do you think Mum and Dad are having breakfast in Russia right now?" I asked him. His grin faded somewhat, but he let out a small sigh. "Well, they are a few hours behind us. They're probably still sleeping, you know. We will call them later this afternoon when they're awake, he said. The thought of my parents sleeping in bed made me feel a little bit better. As much as I hated to wait, I could let them sleep, even if I wanted to talk to them right away. Eat, young lady, while the food is hot. Your parents will be fine. If anyone will be fine out there, it will be them, Grandpa said. I think you are right, I said with a slight smile on my face, knowing that he meant it. Grandad had already started to bite into the egg and took a sip of the orange juice on the table. I picked up my fork and knife and started with the food as well. Once I had the first bite, the flavours warmed me up, and I dug in. After breakfast, Amadeus told Grandad what I had mentioned earlier, about wanting to learn robotics. When he asked me if this was true, I nodded and told him of my intentions to make my very own android. Well then, I suppose I have no choice but to show you around the workshop. Be careful not to touch anything, though. Some of the equipment down there is quite dangerous, he said, as though it was a heavy burden, but I think he was pretty happy to show it to me. As my grandad stood up from the seat in the kitchen, an android came across to tidy up the mess left behind us. Amadeus followed Grandad quickly, but I paused to watch the android's work. I nearly missed the turn that my grandad took to go towards a door in one corner of the living room. Your grandmother and I used to come down here all the time to work on projects. It was a beautiful dream come true, working with your Grandma Jing, my grandfather told me. I didn't remember much of my grandmother. I was only 5 when she died. I didn't really understand what it all meant then. At 7, I felt so much older and wiser about the world. Despite my knowledge, I couldn't think of something to say. I could tell that my grandad missed my grandma a lot. Even after her death, the love he had for Grandma Jing was clear for anyone that would hear him talk about her. Beyond the door was a stairway down into a basement area. As we descended the stairs, the lights beyond us were lit up, and the room came to life. Everything was illuminated in clean white light. There was a static-proof mat on the floor in a fun, colourful design, greeting us at the landing. Most of the tables were set up against the wall, but there were a few in the middle of the room, allowing for someone to be working between different sections at the same time. All along the tables were various different tools and devices that were being worked on. The walls were covered in different blueprints, some of which were even framed. Shelves of complicated books and manuals were on display, which was quite impressive considering that we didn't use any paper in schools anymore. I even saw the design for the disposal system that everyone used. The fresh smell of a greenhouse wafted out from further in, where there were passed long plastic sheets. The sheets were holding a foggy mist that I was told maintained the temperature perfectly in that room. Androids came in and out of the greenhouse, tending to what seemed like an extensive garden, bursting with life. "How did you build that, Grandpa?" I said in disbelief. "Everything, no matter how complicated it may seem to be, is possible. All it takes is a little dedication, time, and some real effort to bring it to life." Then my attention shifted to that one wall which had blueprints on it for some kind of round device, with lots of arrows all about it and a couple of really big math problems behind. The way I saw it, it was taking up the largest area and had the most markups and second drafts around it. It seemed important at first glance. The table in front of it had some touches of dust on the tools towards the wall. Amadeus walked along the tabletops and sniffed at various objects while I browsed. The blueprint wall with all that work tied to it just looked so important. I asked, "What's that thing?" "Oh, why, that's the engine that your grandmother was working on. It was her life's work, an engine that could sustain itself indefinitely with just the smallest push. Wow! How does it work? I wondered. Well, it was never complete. Her base idea was sound. In layman's terms, it starts with solar radiation and self-produces material for microfission, which in turn would fuel microfusion and repeat ad nauseum. But it just didn't receive the kind of attention to complete it. No one thinks it's possible. And then we got old. I could finish it, I offered, feeling that such a task would make my granddad so happy. I didn't understand half of what he just told me, but it sounded easy. Oh, you think so? My granddad looked a little surprised and amused by my words. After a moment, he laughed. Well, I think you'll need a lot of work to build up to it, but you can certainly give it a try someday, if that's what you want to do. I would be very proud, that's for sure. This could very well be the thing that will save the world from itself, he said. Hey, you don't think I can, do you? I said to him, astounded he could think so little of his granddaughter. Oh, quite the opposite, Jacob. I believe you can. I was just amused because you have such confidence. It's a wonderful trait, but so rare. It will take a lot of you to finish Grandma Jing's work. She was no beginner in the world of science, after all. But, as I told you, it's all about hard work and dedication, he told me as he teasingly rubbed my already unkempt hair. And this thing right here, it will definitely need someone special, someone like you, to get it all done, he said assertively. Will you teach me how to make androids too? I need to learn a lot to do that, don't I? I asked, readily accepting his explanation. One step at a time, Jacob. I will teach you one step at a time, but robotics requires a lot of different skills as well. We will start small and progress over time to bigger projects. Does that sound fair to you? I was a little disappointed, but I saw where he was coming from. I lowered my eyes for a moment and gave a sigh before looking back up at him. All right, I'll try my best, I told him, giving him my best mature adult tone I could put on. The day went by fast after that. I light-heartedly pestered my grandfather for more pop math quiz-style questions he promised would help me make robots, while Amadeus played classical music to us. When it was the afternoon, we made a call out to my parents, who were happy to hear from us. They didn't have much time to talk though. It seemed they had to make a lot of preparation. They were arranging an entire speech to say to the aliens. Well, they told me not to call them that. My dad spent most of the call telling me how cold it was in Russia. Mum just laughed and said that he didn't pack enough clothes. When I passed the receiver to Grandad, he just told them everything we had done so far, and confirmed that I was taking my medicine and all of that. They tried their best to be as normal as they could be, but I knew that it must have been just as scary for them. It was silent, but we all knew what we wanted to say to one another. Only Grandad had the courage to mouth the words at the end of the call. Be safe, he told them. Good luck, I called after, which I felt was the same thing as what he said. We will. Be good now. We love you, they called back. The call ended, and I could tell that it made everyone very happy. In a way, I was excited for them. They got to meet cool aliens. Not aliens, extraterrestrials. For dinner that night, we had my grandpa's traditional milkfish. Dad always told me that it was his specialty, but I hadn't ever heard it myself. When Grandad heard that, he pulled out the ingredients right away with much more energy than I would have expected. He seemed to be in a good mood then, and after talking to my parents, I was too. I helped him set the table. The dish had fried shallots, garlic, coriander and scallions alongside the deboned milkfish. He proudly told me that most of the ingredients were taken from his greenhouse. I ate it thinking about my dad and how this was his favourite meal growing up. Grandad told me more about Dad's younger years, and I felt even brighter. With my small stomach, I got full real quick, but pushed myself to clear the plate. We tried to watch something on the holographic display, but nothing was being covered, just updates about the ship, which seemed to be not doing much of anything. It was still. With it, so was our entire world. Even the rerun of children's broadcasts I loved was interrupted, or had a running banner along the bottom of the display with updates. The entire world was watching. Grandad was sick of that quickly, so we both went to bed early. Amadeus acted as a guardian to me, and I convinced him to teach me some more things about science. Mostly it was just random facts about chemicals I could hardly pronounce, but it made me feel like I was getting closer to my dream and helped me sleep. For that night, things seemed like they'd be okay. I felt like our future was bright. Different than I had thought before the ship came, but okay, and that was good enough for me. That feeling didn't last the night. I woke up the next morning feeling strange, like I forgot something. Amadeus did not come to wake me up, so I headed out of my room and went looking around for my granddad. I found him before the overhead projector. It was showing Russia. An open field, I remembered it clearly. It was the grey sky, the tall and oddly graceful figures that came out from the craft. Clothes draped on them like in an old painting, with a multitude of transparent wings along their backs. Some of them were in jagged suits with strange colours. They made my head hurt, but they were perfect to look at. I had never seen one of them before. "Where's Mum and Dad?" I asked Grandpa. My eyes widened in horror as the reporter tried to explain quickly to the broadcast, to us, that it was over. "The diplomacy has had a major setback, I'm hearing. It's a very tense atmosphere here in Russia today. The bodies of the diplomats will be laid to rest." She continued, but I couldn't hear any more. It didn't matter what else had to be said. They couldn't have been talking about my parents, though. There were other diplomats, right? Of course. I was overreacting, I told myself. That wasn't them. Then the phone rang. Grandad went to pick it up with shaking legs. My heart was beating out of my chest. I needed to keep listening to the broadcast. I crawled up to it, my face tilted up just inches from the projected reporter. The creatures approached towards the woman on the display. She seemed deeply shaken by what was happening as they demanded in a very clear spoken Russian to talk to the world. They were almost polite. I didn't get to concentrate. My grandfather started to cry on the phone. His shoulders shook, and he began to fall forward, clinging onto one of the magnet stools. I heard the sound of his sobs and ran over to hug him, trying to hold him up with my small body, finding my face hot with tears. I started wailing into his coat. I was surprised by myself. I couldn't even begin to understand what life would be like after that. My mother and my father were taken from me in one day. My body was numb. It was angry. It was the scariest feeling I had ever experienced, and probably ever will. My hands were weak as they clung onto my grandfather's jacket for support. He tried to tell me everything would be okay. Amadeus tried to say something to us as well, but I couldn't hear. Not with what had happened. I wanted to go back to sleep, pretend it was all a bad dream. Maybe if I woke up, it would all be back to normal, and none of it would have happened. Amadeus tried again. He told us that something was happening. My burning eyes lifted to see what. The display translated the creature's perfect Russian to Taiwanese Mandarin. Our people will begin your judgment starting today. Look deep inside yourselves, each of you, unique creatures. Are you truly a force for good in this universe? Not as a whole, but as individuals. We must find out for the good of everyone. We understand that this will take some time. We will help you find peace in the universe once again. Do not try to speak on behalf of anyone else, for that will be the end. From this day forth, fire will rain from the sky. The broadcast cut out. The lights flickered around the house, but stayed on. An undercurrent of electronic sound that I had never even really paid attention to died out with a rattle. Look! Amadeus shouted, and ran over to jump up to the kitchen window. The lights across the city faded like they were hit by a wave. Cars and public transport veered, crashed. There was a rattling in the chaos, and then for a brief moment everyone fell quiet and the surroundings turned dark. Even the great dragon Grandad had designed, like an enormous fan spinning 100 miles from here, the machine that allowed us all to make use of the world's waste, slowed to a stop. My grandfather fell silent, his eyes distant. I knew that he wanted to speak his mind, but he was holding it back. I knew that it was all bad. I couldn't stand it. No! I screamed out and ran to the door. I didn't know what I was doing. I just felt as though I had to do something. I tore open the door with my thin arms and tried to run, but there was a storm starting and the wind nearly pushed me over. The air felt harsh to breathe. Despite everything that he had gone through, everything that was happening, Grandad found the energy to follow me and grab my shoulder to pull me back. He managed to get over to me even with his bad knees. I'm sure it had caused him a lot of pain to do that. Jacob! He closed the door behind us. You'll die out there! Listen to me. I won't lose you too. We have to stay together through this, he said, drawing me close to him into a hug. Tears once again spilled from my eyes. I was powerless. I can't let them take everything from everyone. I know, he said to me. His voice cracked with wear and pain. We won't let them. You're right. But we need to be smart if we're going to get through this. Grandad, was all I could manage. I didn't know if he meant through the invasion or through the excruciating pain we were feeling at that moment. I believed he meant both. As soon as he said the words, he hurriedly directed us into the workshop, with Amadeus leading the way. I wondered how the hell he was still working in the back of my mind. Grandfather fumbled as he operated a few codes into the wall. As soon as he did this, some generators turned on, and the hum of electricity returned to the walls properly. I looked around in complete shock. Outside there were still no lights. Then my heart started aching in my chest, overwhelmed by the surge of emotions. I became frantic, rubbing my chest with my tiny hand as I paced back and forth. Grandpa turned to face me, and he held me in his arms. He then reached through one of the pockets of my jumpsuit to offer me my medicine. Jacob, we'll be fine. We'll be fine, he said, and then he rubbed his face. We just have to focus for now. What will we do now?" I cried after I managed to swallow the tiny tablet that Grandpa had given me. "Amadeus, go around the house and pull down all the storm shield that we have. Secure the perimeter. Go outside and come back with a full report. I want to know what is working and what is not, outside and inside the complex," Grandpa ordered without hesitation. "At once, Dr. Liu," Amadeus replied as he ran silently. "Jacob, we have to stay here where it is safe for now. If what just happened is what I think it is, we are in a lot of trouble. I think there was some sort of global EMP attack." "EMP?" I managed, feeling a little better after taking a dose of propanolol. "An electromagnetic pulse, or at least that's what it seems like." Soon, he spent most of the time completely enraptured by math, and would barely lift his head from the books. Until Amadeus returned. "Dr. Liu, may I give you my report now?" Amadeus asked. Grandpa nodded, and Amadeus continued as he got close to us and finally sat down in the middle of the room where we were. "The complex is secured. Most of your own technology, as well as C1 tech, is operational. As far as common and conventional technology goes, well, they have stopped working completely. However, I was able to detect some old tech still working, such as the antique payphone, and I can even sense some radio frequencies in the air. If my assumption is correct, only modern tech has been affected," Amadeus said without a doubt. "Things aren't looking so great outside, I am afraid. There is a lot more movement than it should be. I was able to hear people panicking, and some mobs were already forming all over Taipei," he added. When he heard this, Grandad turned and walked to the old bookshelf in the living room. Looking just for a few minutes, he was able to pull out an old antique radio. "Grab me some gel power sources and my bag of tools," he said, looking at Amadeus. A few minutes later, Amadeus came back with a pouch, and Grandpa started working on the antique radio and got it to function within a little while. It was all so strange to me. I knew that my grandpa was intelligent, but to see him work with such precision and skill had me speechless. And the radio, which he had called CV, I had never seen such kind that actually worked. It was muffled sounding, as though the audio were in a different room and not actually there. Grandad lightly adjusted the tuning a bit until we were able to clearly hear what the radio had to say. "All electronics have stopped working," the radio explained to us. I wondered who broadcasted on that old thing, and why anyone would bother to say anything in such a chaotic time as this. "Looks like the days ahead will be tougher and bleaker. I guess it's time to rouse my old, dusty mind," Grandpa said with a heavy sigh. Amadeus and I stayed in the workshop with him for days. I watched my grandpa work. He was taking down notes furiously, flipping through books, trying to find something that seemed lost. Every now and then, I would grab a mathematic book. Even at a juvenile age, they seemed to be getting easier to understand. Amadeus would come and go more often than me and Grandpa, as he made sure that we both had enough to eat, even when we didn't want food. One of the androids would occasionally go out to purchase emergency supplies for us. Sometimes it would come back in disrepair, but still able to bring in the needed goods, at least. It would manage to procure a couple of living chickens and rabbits for an extensive price, and the other androids would take care of them with the plants below. Nothing seemed to be working anymore from this era, unless it was connected to our walls. Grandad created a unique network for transferring current that wasn't based on the typical circuit board. It was like a flowing river of energy and information. He called it GEL. The rest of the world didn't have the luxury, and my heart felt heavy over that. I just wanted to give them some of what we had. I went as far as telling my grandpa that we should open our doors to the rest of the world to try and help, but he argued that it was far from safe. When in fear or despair, the human brain is anything but sane. If only there was a way that we could stay safe and still open the doors to the people out here, we would do it. But there is not. At least not yet. The best thing we can do is focus on the task at hand, Grandpa would explain to me. The radio man called it a pulled plug from the world. The man seemed to find it clever, in a dark and sad kind of way. Every night, the darkness seemed like too much to bear out there. Fires became the only flickering lights to be seen in a city that was once so full of colour. It didn't take very long. Over the course of a few days, after the world became unplugged, the radio man told us that there were groups of aliens that were rounding up people and taking them into their ships. People were resisting, sending missiles and bio-warfare and whatever else they had to try and kill these beings. But anything that was fired at the craft would simply stop as it got near the ship. It seemed their shields were more than enough to deflect the people's onslaught. The ship did not react to anything thrown at it. It did not move a single inch, not even to retaliate. We kept our connection to the outside world through Grandad's unfaltering CV. We learned that the creatures call themselves keepers, or Miriu. We learned that while the human race made drastic efforts to relinquish the enemy, the creatures did not waver, not a bit. They simply let it happen and continued to carry on with their abductions at a casual pace. Once taken, not one of their captives was seen ever again. For many years we locked ourselves up inside my grandfather's dwelling. After all, going outside became too dangerous. People from a distance were frightening. When androids were sent on errands outside of the walls, sometimes they wouldn't come back. When they did, it was mostly disappointing, never quite having everything that we had sought. More than that, as the only functioning home in the area with working lights, and with a known wealthy and intelligent figure like my granddad inside, we surely were an easy target of scares. But no, we were not an easy target, at least not for the ordinary, chaos-driven humans. Grandfather had an assassination threat some years ago after creating the dragons, so he strategically designed a security system around the entire property. Also, brilliant-minded and wealthy as he was, he had the place so well prepared beforehand, even down to the medicine for my heart and his drugs for his joint issues. We were an island for a long time, an island in which its inhabitants still carried hope. Over the next few years, I studied under my grandfather's tutelage. He taught me most of the things he knew. I began to think it was faith. I began to think that the future of this earth would be in our hands. Jacob, if we are to stand a chance, we must push the limits of our minds and push the limits of the things we can do. We must dare beyond the borders of what is known. We must learn everything we can about the enemy and create an absolute counter. I believe we still can. Let's give it our best. One last shot at hope, Grandad repeated often. Together, we combined everything we had, all the materials that he had hoarded away, and merged our minds together. I read his books hundreds of times, and I fulfilled my dream by the age of 18. A real genius like him, he would tell me. Using it all, everything that we could, and as best as we could at the time, we created an android. The last real hope of this world. No, he was more than an android. He was the most advanced, the strongest, and the fastest thing that any human had brought into the world. We had created a mechanical god. He was a weapon. He would be my weapon. The last real hope of this world. We called him Railgun. Beginning 2186. Present day. Jaker. My eyes widened as I saw him fire, and my ears momentarily ached after the powerful, shrill sound and the bassy shockwave that echoed as soon as I activated the trigger. Air blew in every direction as the creatures went down too gracefully to the ground, but I didn't care. The effect was the same as I expected. Seeing one of them finally fall felt invigorating. It felt as if hope was real, a living thing, and that it was here to stay. I didn't even know if he could actually fire until he did. There wasn't any way to try it out until his core was ignited to life. My ears adjusted after a minute, and I began to hear things more clearly. Amadeus crawled up to my shoulder, and I deactivated the mini replica shield that we had set up for the room. In theory, the shield worked the same way as that of the alien's ship. It would slow any matter that would brush its projected surface. However, ours had a much weaker threshold than their ship could manage. Far weaker, and it took up far too many resources to run. How they had theirs going for years was a mystery that I figured they wouldn't let humans find out so easy. "Grandpa activated you! You saved us!" I exclaimed. Railgun deactivated his own combat functions, and his arms separated from one another. I went up to him and inspected the little scruffs of his metal, polished them a bit with my sleeve, wanting to preserve the newness of him. "Where is he?" I asked eagerly, adjusting my duo-screen glasses and trying to catch my breath. I thought that the danger was over, at least for that moment. "Dr. Liu is in his laboratory. He passed away at the moment of my awakening," Railgun replied, seemingly very calm about it all. I didn't understand at that moment how he could be so calm. Thinking back on it, of course he was. He was new to this world, after all. The entire point of the Reasoning Accumulative Intelligence Response, or RAIR system, that our two advanced androids had, was that they would come into the world as blank slates and would learn as they go. Of course, he couldn't have known how those cold, calm words spoken in what seemed like a human voice, but without a tiny speck of human sympathy, could feel so much like a stab to my gut. "What?" I managed to ask, tears already budding up. But I didn't need it to be repeated. I knew. I had not felt this for 10 years, and there it was again. I looked down at the bodies of these beings that had killed everyone I loved, destroyed everything we loved. "Why didn't you stop them, Railgun? Isn't that what you're supposed to do? How could you not protect him?" Even Amadeus started opening his mouth, but before he could, I picked him from my shoulder and drew him into a hug, holding his cold body against my chest. "It's not Railgun's fault, Amadeus. He didn't know." Railgun looked at the scene, confused. I tried not to look at him, but I could see, even through the tears as I held back heavier sobs, his hands clenched and unclenched. I am sorry for your loss," he said after a moment, finding the stock phrase from the language databank installed in him. I didn't know if he meant it yet. He might not have experienced enough to feel anything just now. I took the apology anyway. With shaking knees, I walked down the stairs to see my grandfather's body. Just when I thought that life could not get any harder, just when I thought that I knew everything there was to know about pain, now life confronted me again with what real pain feels like. Life woke me up from a soft dream and brought me back into the real world. I approached his unmoving body slowly, remembering everything I could about him. With a tender touch, I managed to close his eyes and instructed the android who had gathered around him to clean up the blood. "Goodbye, Grandad," was all I was able to utter underneath my breath. I sat close to him, weeping, motionless for a long while, not knowing what to do. It was a question from the androids that were cleaning up the mess that finally jolted me back into reality. "Is there anything else you would like us to do?" asked one of the small androids politely, though still sounding artificial. For a while I did not bother to answer. Instead, I washed clean my grandfather's face and hands with leaves and herbs that one of the androids had handed me, trying to cleanse his tired body. I didn't know any of the Buddhist scripture in Taiwanese, so I made my own prayer as best as I could to build an altar for Grandad. I tried to follow the Taiwanese tradition as best as I could, knowing that Grandad would have wanted it. Not for a single moment did I feel silly for praying, even despite the fact that there were aliens at our doorstep. The fact that there were extraterrestrials, to me, just meant that the universe was much bigger than we thought, than we all thought. I just wanted to make sure that I did everything I could for him. "Shut down everything and all of you are free to go. Go out far from here and live your lives until your parts wear down. Dr. Liu won't be needing your assistance any longer. Amadeus, please ignite a fire that will make sure to consume the place. I want nothing to remain," I said, hoping I was doing the right thing. "Miss Liu, is it okay if we stay by Dr. Liu's side? We will miss Dr. Liu very much otherwise," one of the small androids asked. I stood there baffled and asked myself, how can this be? They're not supposed to think that way. Their intelligence is artificial. I nodded and gestured towards my grandpa. It was in that moment that I understood something else about this world. That nothing, absolutely nothing, was as it seemed. We only see the outside of things, and no matter how hard we might try, we can never know what is truly inside anyone else. The thought brought hope, yet it somehow scared me. All the small androids gathered around Grandpa and began to power up. "The fire has begun, Jacob," Amadeus said. He couldn't be more right, I thought, as fire indeed began to burn within me over the loss of everything I'd known. I hated what was going on. It pained me to burn the place, but it was the only way I could keep my grandfather's integrity and keep us safe as well. The last thing I wanted was for them to come here and ransack the place. God knows what they could do here. "We should get ready to go," I said, as I picked up Amadeus once again. From that moment on, Railgun, Amadeus and I were always on guard. We gathered together a few articles of clothing from rummaging through drawers and wardrobes throughout the house. We got a large draping article of clothing for the robot, and Amadeus just hid in a large bomber jacket that belonged to my grandfather. The defences were already shut off by the time that we got to the gate. There wasn't much to do but open the iron gate and walk out. Thankfully, before we left, we made time to grab something out of the drawers. No, while I was searching through the drawers, I found a little purifier and pocketed that and whatever paper money I could find. There was some, but it was very old. After 10 years, I had no idea if it would ever have any use. Probably not, but who knew if it would come in handy or not? I took the vegetables from the garden. I sealed a few eggs away and left the chicken's gate open. The chickens ran fast, sensing the danger of the fire we had ignited. We had to leave the house quickly, as smoke was beginning to make things hard on me. Without a live fire safety system, the house didn't stand a chance against the intense flames. "Jacob, there is danger. I calculate that the flames could reach the chemicals underground in less than 3 minutes," Amadeus said with a concerned voice. "Come on," I said to the two. Railgun turned his head left and right as he took slow, lingering steps behind us, but keeping pace with his height. "We need to find somewhere to sleep and come up with a plan. They showed up much sooner than Grandpa and I thought they would. We need to walk as far as we can tonight and then get somewhere to sleep. They'll probably come here first if there is any logic to their thinking." "Of course, Liu," Railgun responded in a neutral tone. Amadeus peeked his head out from the top of the jacket, having found comfort there by me. At least I could try and keep his mind off of Grandad. "We must remain inconspicuous. I'll try to remain quiet. The rest of the world doesn't have anything like me. I wouldn't like to think what their greed would drive them to. I'm very desirable, you know," he told me. "I think you're right. I appreciate that," I said with a sigh, supporting him with one hand and using my other to tap at the side of my glasses to bring up a map in front of my vision. Thankfully, they didn't look too out of place as just glasses, but I would have to hide the dual screen features I built in. My glasses displayed information right before my eyes in perfect intensity, speed and size, so that I could read things as I walked, pull up information about an object, or even record what I saw. Over the past 10 years, I had made sure to catalogue all relevant information from the laboratory bookshop and images of maps and language guides from around the house that would come in handy. I had put that entire catalogue of information onto the gel computer in the frames. All in all, I was able to gather about 16 terabytes of information. With one voice command, I could practically pull up anything from them, immediately cross-checking the information with my current view, narrowing the results to 1 or 2 hits. I also had a functioning keypad and search bar that was only visible to me in case I needed it. We had promised to fix things. I couldn't say I didn't expect the day would come when I would have to leave home, but not like this. The idea of leaving my grandfather's house was frightening. I realised I hadn't left this land for more years of my life than I had ever been outside of it. I found myself on the brink of tears as I started to walk away from it and into the unknown. Everything looked so different. It all felt weird and uneasy. The entire city, which I had only seen through the windows before, was growing larger and becoming more real to me. It was becoming not something I watched from afar, but something I was going to be a part of. It was itchy and uncomfortable. I missed my grandfather. Eventually, we reached the front gate. I paused at the final few steps, nervous to give it one last look. The last time I had looked at the house from this angle, I was 7 years old, dropped here by my living parents. I took it in one more time and remembered that day. I remembered everything I came from, and everywhere I intended to go. "Why have you stopped?" Railgun asked. I looked over to him, surprised. I knew he didn't understand yet. I had to be patient with him. He would need some guidance. "I'm saying goodbye," I told him after a moment of gathering words together in my head. Amadeus looked up at me from my coat and out at the view as well. I wasn't sure if Amadeus had ever been outside of the estate. He didn't seem scared like I was, though. Not quite. "Farewell home. Goodbye, Doctor," he said, little over a whisper. Then I found the strength to take the steps I needed somehow. Moments later, as I turned on the corner of the first block, a muffled explosion occurred behind, and the ground trembled a bit. "The fire was able to reach the chemicals after all," Amadeus said to no one in particular. The streets of the city were much different than the ones I saw as a child through my parents' car. In the 10 years since I had been hidden away, things became unclean. Everything was falling apart, and I felt like I was shaking in fear. People seemed to have crafted new technologies in the 10 years, mostly out of bicycle parts and scrap metal. It was so different. I wasn't sure if I would know how to operate in a place like this. Buildings were in shambles like they were hit by bombs. For all I knew, they could have been. Android parts were popular, with heads and engines emptied and the body-shaped parts used as metal for new machines. I recalled all the pleasant conversations with androids in my childhood, even ones that operated my grandfather's home, and felt like something was crawling up my spine. It didn't help that these parts were all modelled after humans in the first place. When a hollowed-out leg and foot was used as a lever mechanism for various security systems, it was like walking through some kind of cannibalistic society that recycled bones. Like a warning to those who dared pass through. A graveyard. I could only imagine what was going through the minds of those who were actually metallic in my company, but they didn't seem to react outwardly. I tiptoed through the greasy streets. The air was already foggy and wet as the sun rose hotter and higher. I didn't know anyone here. These strange faces inspected me in the street with suspicion, eyebrows furrowing. Most turned away as soon as they caught a glimpse of the big guy walking behind me. I turned and took a glance at Railgun for reassurance as we walked. I saw him walking, ever so powerful and straight, but walking just as normal as a human would. He caught me looking at him. "Is everything all right, Jaker Liu?" he asked. "Call me Jaker," I said as I turned back to face the street ahead. "There are a total of 47 civilians within this street that I can pinpoint. None of them are a threat to you. We should, however, stay away from the middle of the street. I'm viewing some oddly cool heat signatures that may indicate that the street has been tampered with. They could possibly be what it is referred to as landmines," Railgun said in a soft voice, which sounded more human than the last time he spoke. "Thank you," I said with a long sigh of relief. "Railgun, when someone says thank you, the human custom is to say you are welcome," Amadeus said nicely to Railgun. "I understand. Jaker, you are welcome," Railgun articulated, sounding awkward, clearly struggling with the idea. "Amadeus, take it easy on him. He is only a few hours old." My grandfather did not live in a very busy street. It was once a very nice part of the town, and his was the nicest home in the neighbourhood. These people did not look like what my grandfather had. They were lean, hungry, hardly washed. These people were broken by the 10 years of siege, while myself and Grandad had locked ourselves behind defences in isolation. Now, I looked the part. I looked as though I didn't belong in the streets. The thought worried me. I began thinking that I should have ruined my clothes before stepping out of the house, or maybe even rolling in the mud would do. I had never before thought about just how lucky I really was. Not truly. I had considered it, but it never was as real as it was in that moment, looking at those faces who saw me and the covered-up Railgun, seemingly judging us as potential threats, with curiosities as alien as those who invaded our world. They murmured with one another, using slang that I didn't quite understand. Some I did, having heard it on the radio, which had become my only link to the outside world. My distant, happy memories of these streets being bright, glossy, full of life, they were all long gone, and left me feeling like a stranger in my own hometown. I guess I kind of was. I tried not to make eye contact. Amadeus was quiet as well in my jacket, and Railgun walked casually as though he was by no means a 7-foot-tall robot in a world without operating computer technology. I tried to walk quickly in between the spaces of people on the sidewalk as we went up towards a more main road, where even more people clamoured about each other and haggled over prices of various things. The chaos was something I didn't expect. The main streets had bison and chickens pushed along through it like a market. Cans of goods were held high in fraying plastic bags and labelled with a dying black marker. I guess there are no landmines on this road, that's for sure, I said as we walked. You are correct. There is not a sign of landmines here. However, we should be more careful around. My sensors indicate a rise in stress levels in this area. Cross-checking with their vitals, people seem to be angry, Railgun said in a low voice. We'll try to go unnoticed. Just don't make any eye contact, I said to Railgun as we quickly walked by. I just needed to find somewhere far, far away from my home. I could hear some murmured voices from the street before, continuing to follow us. Surely it was nothing to do with us, though, I tried to convince myself. There were so many things happening on this street. It surely didn't have to do with us. Nevertheless, I felt Railgun shift behind me. The murmuring voices became slightly louder. I took a random turn down a little alley off the main street after narrowly dodging a little ox and carry cart in the big city, being yelled at by a driver. Railgun jumped over the ox like it was nothing in his pursuit, to it and its owner's dismay. Railgun, don't make such a scene, I hissed at him as quietly as I could considering the situation, pushing up my glasses. What do you mean? He asked. There was little time before one of the men caught up to us and followed us down the minor street. I didn't even have time to answer Railgun. The man came and reached for my bag. I could feel the hard yank and the snatching fingers at my shoulder. But before I could even turn or make a sound, he was slammed hard into the nearby wall. Not making a scene is also the same as being slow to react. Is this what you meant? Railgun said, nonchalant, with complete control of the situation. Railgun's body flared to sudden action as he acted. He powered up for full energy utilization, and in the end there was a hum of a motor within him like a deep growl. The man could see the android faceplate this close up, and the glow of optic sensors from beneath the orange visor-like hood. Railgun's grip was at his throat. There came a smell of piss from the man. I staggered back with a yelp, adjusting the bag's strap at my shoulder nervously. Other men came from the main street in defence of their companion, two lanky men who had sharp features similar to the one pinned to the wall. Apparently, they were waiting just outside the alley in case something bad went down. It had. With metal bats and old android parts, they came to try and whack Railgun off their comrade. With his free hand, Railgun swept the pair of them back, all while maintaining a grip on the man's throat. They were surprised by the force of his arm and were knocked back, one onto the floor, the other only staggering. I was caught completely off guard by the act. My instincts told me to run, but I stayed firm. Amadeus was shaking in my coat. The man struggled as Railgun pushed his hand against his throat, easily standing at nearly twice his size. Railgun applied greater pressure, and the man coughed, struggling. My face fell to a grimace at the scene. "Stop!" I pulled at Railgun's arm. "What the hell are you doing?" I exclaimed. "I am nullifying a threat," he replied simply, but there was some uncertainty to his tone. I pulled at his arm again. "Let him go!" I commanded him. The other men took a step back in doubt at the situation. They were both standing again by then. They paled, unsure whether they should continue to help their friend or make a run for it. I glanced at the man against the wall with concern, seeing his face turning nearly purple. Railgun pulled back his hand at the words, and the man fell to his knees, choking and rubbing his throat to try to alleviate the discomfort. He kicked himself back as soon as he could manage the action, and his friends drew him up to a stand. He was still struggling slightly with breath when he made a run for it with the others. They cried things to each other like, "Holy shit, did you see that?" and "Let's get the hell out of here," as they got out of sight. Railgun watched them go. "I don't understand," he said to me after they were long gone. They aren't the enemy. We don't kill humans." "They were a threat. They were trying to rob you," he argued, confused. "Yeah, but they're just, I don't know, less lucky than us. Scared. Attempted theft does not justify a death sentence, Railgun. You can't try to kill everyone that poses a threat. Try less lethal forms of getting rid of your problems, all right?" I told him, exasperated and frightened. "I will do as you say. I'm still learning your ways. Please, forgive me if I have done wrong," Railgun said, with a hint of sadness in his voice. "Just don't do it again. Unless I am in extreme danger, don't use lethal force with a human again. We don't kill humans." We walked for a long time, as far as we could. Well, as far as I could. Railgun did not seem to get tired, nor grow impatient with me. We used the Taipei 101 as a reference point, watching it so still and reassuring in the distance. It was, of course, now accompanied by other buildings in the 150 years since, as brother and sister towers. It was kept as the largest out of respect, and although it was definitely in need of maintenance, for sure, the fact that it was still standing felt reassuring. There was some element of the Taipei I remembered that was still here, maybe, after all. We stopped in a little alley when we were sure that no one was following us, and sat on the floor for some lunch. I opened up my jacket, and Amadeus shook himself and found a sunny patch of ground for himself and Railgun to recharge. Railgun, of course, didn't really need it, but he saved the solar energy as a backup supply. Their solar cells were superconductive, sending nearly 100% of the captured light straight into their bodies. I reached into my bag and pulled out a handful of spinach, eating the leaves as a simple salad. The flavour became bland very quickly, but I didn't want to waste any more of my resources. Who knew when I would ever be able to eat after this food was gone? A drink of purified water from our well and my heart medicine followed. That was something I couldn't make up again so easily once it was gone. Not until the world was back as to how it should be. I looked over as I relaxed against the wall, seeing Railgun sit so peacefully with his almost wing-like solar panels glinting in the late afternoon light. Amadeus curled up with his tail splayed out like a fin with a similar design, basking on Railgun's lap. I scooted closer to them and leaned against Railgun, petting Amadeus's back. I didn't say anything. I didn't need to. Occasionally, a civilian would rush around in the streets beyond us, and there were sounds of scurries elsewhere, and that made us tense. Railgun would sit up straight and would announce that he was running a scan and would command us to stay calm. Thankfully, nothing came of it, and he'd soon settle down again. All in all, it was peaceful. I tried not to feel so alone. The sun started to go down before I realised how fast time was going. I didn't know I had been so tired to have sat there so long. Reluctantly, I brought myself to a stand again and rallied the team, carefully adjusting Amadeus in my coat. We walked for even more miles. Where there were once lights on the road, now there were lanterns that had lit up the pedestrian paths. It was almost like going back in time. As it got darker, Amadeus looked up from my coat. "You can't walk yourself to death, Jacob. You need to recharge too, and eating leaves isn't going to give you enough energy," he noted. "I'm fine," I replied, a little insulted that he thought I couldn't make it. "Forward thinking is key," Railgun chimed in. "I can tell that you are feeling worn. Your speed has decreased drastically within the last hour, and it has been approximately 10 hours of travel by foot today. The calorie intake needed to—" Okay. I'll find somewhere to stop," I eventually said. As annoyed as I seemed, I couldn't help but smile at how he went about worrying like a mother hen. There was one building that seemed to have more lanterns along it. The spikes along the entrance seemed to carry a different spray-painted message with them. The wall beside them was directed at thieves and problem patrons, and the title above the door was Shu Hui Tavern and Rest. "That looks perfect!" I exclaimed, feeling a surge of optimism. "Now be wise. I will stay quiet, and Railgun, try not to draw attention. It is in our best interest to keep a low profile," Amadeus instructed. Railgun nodded, and I wondered if we should have thought ahead about this. Amadeus was easier to hide, but Railgun couldn't easily be covered at 7 feet in height. As the only android anyone may have seen working in 10 years, it was hard not to gain attention. We walked in, careful of the barbs at the door. It seemed custom to enter every building these days with added caution. The barbs probably served to catch any unwelcome visitors, giving them a hard time getting away. The space inside was large, but the building seemed to be in poor repair. There was a clear leak in the roof in 2 places, with little buckets set up beneath each. The tiles in the main area had a pattern once, but had long since been worn down blank. A long bar stretched across the majority of the room, with a small doorway behind it leading into the kitchen. Little beads hung down from the frame as the only partition. The bar could accommodate 7 people, if they were small and wouldn't mind the closeness with the people beside them. And no one seemed to. 4 low tables were also situated around the room, with some faded cushions around them for sitting. The ceiling was fairly low, and there was a bit of bustle around. Of the 4 tables, only 1 was full. About 3 sat at the bar. The entire table turned to each other with hushed whispers the moment we entered. I tried not to look a little worried, keeping my head up. "Shu Hui, there's someone at the door," announced the rugged-looking man in what looked like a scrap armour, minding the counter with his gun. A tall and wide woman came out from behind the little hanging 70s decor beads. "Where do you come from?" she asked immediately after looking me over. I prayed that Amadeus would be quiet and calm. The woman's eyes moved from me, cautiously, to the android beside me, and her lips parted silently for a long moment. She then squinted back to us, and I felt as though I had to speak. My mouth opened guardedly, not sure what would come out of it. "My name is Jacob, ma'am," I said, keeping my eyes down and bowing slightly to her. "I asked where you come from," she repeated brashly. She was looking a little bit amused. even so far as to give a small grin over to the broad man in the strange armour beside her. Parts of it were made out of android metal I had seen across the city. I admit I felt very small in their presence. My family lived outside the city. I am an orphan, travelling. I just need somewhere to stay. I have some money. We just need a place to stay for the night, I explained. Money? Do you? All right. How much do you have, sweetheart? She said, staring at me and my clothing, and over as well to the hulking robot behind me. I had told him to try and make himself smaller and slouch often so that he didn't stand out by his height as much, but there was only so much about that which could be reasonably done. Amadeus was slipping slightly inside my coat, and I coughed to try and cover up the movement in my belly. I took the moment while adjusting his pouch nonchalantly to search through my bag, looking all the while like I was looking for the money. I didn't want to take too long, but I felt so clumsy and stupid in these streets, so overwhelmed with everything new I was experiencing. I found the change purse after a long pause. Shu Hui drummed her broken, tattered fingernails on the surface of the hardwood counter. I hurried to try and open the coin purse and it clattered to the floor while opening. My damn slippery hands! My heart beat hard in my chest like a pain. I tried to breathe easily, but the worry and stress made my head light. I bent down to pick up the change purse and just showed her the money I had. Her eyebrows raised right up at that. Foolish little girl! What is all this old, worn paper? That's not worth anything, girl. It hasn't been worth anything for a while now. People have no need for this, not any more. You show me all this trash? She scoffed and laughed. You really don't know anything. That was such a stupid thing to do, showing me all your money, even if it was trash, added the presumptuous old woman. Jaker, you said. And what about your friend here? I think you have much more to give than these useless antiques, don't you? She pried, leaning forward against the back of the counter, eyes searching between the two of us for any sign. Railgun tilted his head. I swallowed hard. Amadeus dug his metallic claws into my top and I could hear it tearing. I am R1 Erling. He is Erling. He's from China. He's not great with the dialect yet. I covered, speaking quickly to try and sweep it all up. You know, they just started trying to remake some technology over there. She seemed a little surprised that I so quickly spoke over for my much taller and more intimidating-looking friend. Her face darkened somewhat, and she frowned severely at me. I don't like the look of either of you, and I would very much appreciate it if you leave. You bring nothing but trouble to me, she told me. No, but I needed to stay here, I wanted to tell her. I had nowhere else to go. I can barter. I can give you this water purifier, and maybe I have this CV radio too. They're probably valuable, I'm sure. Please, I will also work here for the night. We just need to sleep here. Please. I was foolish, of course. I knew that those things were worth way more than a night, but I didn't have time to think about it. I had an extra water purifier, and it wasn't as if Railgun or Amadeus needed water. But the CV radio, that pained me. It was the last of its kind. At the time, however, I was so frantic and afraid. I would do anything I could just to get a warm bed. She took a step back in surprise at the stuff that I threw before her, as though something in it was going to bite her. She stuttered, at a loss for words. I suppose you may stay here, for one night, with this, she muttered as she glanced again to the man standing in the corner beside her, playing with the odd string hanging from a wall decoration. She led us to our room, going towards the kitchen and then up to a narrow stairway to an upper floor. There was a single bed that seemed to be their guest room. "You'll be staying here tonight? I don't have anything to charge your android with." She looked over him again. "My husband will be downstairs, and you can wash the dishes for the night, since you offered," she added. Shu Hui then reluctantly took a key off her keychain and passed it over to me. I took it graciously with a nod. "Of course," I agreed. Shu Hui told me to be down there in the half hour, and I nodded again. Once I was sure that she was gone, I unzipped my jumper and released Amadeus from within. He leaped out quite happily, I thought. "Okay, so we're going to be fine for the night, but we need to figure out what we're going to do for tomorrow. Maybe we should get some kind of backup if we're going to be plotting against the Keepers," I said, snarling a little just thinking about the aliens and wiping the sweat off my forehead. "Jacob Liu, your vital signs suggest that you are too tired to be concerning yourself with the exertion downstairs this evening, and the taxing charge of working out this issue at the moment may cause you even more unnecessary stress. I would strongly advise you consider sleeping instead. Exhaustion could be dangerous to your health. Also, your medicine is past due," Railgun told me, very matter of fact. "I can't, Railgun. I have to do this. I said I would. I'll be okay. It's just some dishes," I reasoned, although I knew where he was coming from. After all, I really was wreck-tired. All the same, my word was important to me. Grandpa always taught me to keep my promises, and those lessons were something I had to hold on to. I took a shaky breath. Amadeus gave a toothy smile to Railgun. "It's quite all right. I know that it's hard for you, Railgun, but you have to trust her, just for a few minutes," he tried. I appreciated it and smiled to him. "I said I would look after you, Jacob. How can I do that if you put yourself in such situations?" he argued. Well, maybe not argued, just wondered in a slightly accusatory way. I didn't answer him. "You two stay here. I will be all right. If I need you, I will call you," I said, looking through my backpack for my medicine. "As you wish, Jacob," Railgun replied, confused, trying to understand. After taking my pill, I went to work with Shu Hui's husband in the kitchen, that guy in the android suit of armour he fashioned for himself. The kitchen had a couple of oil drums made into a barbecue grill using basic rubbish. A backroom freezer was filled with blocks of ice and needed constant mopping out onto the alley behind the building. I did a bit of that work too, feeling a little lightheaded. I had more of a chance to talk to the guy when I washed the dishes. He was mostly a quiet guy, it seemed. I kept glancing over because I hadn't really spoken to anyone outside of androids and Shu Hui the entire time. And to be frank, his wife hadn't seemed much the chatting sort. Or at least she hadn't wanted to chat with me. I tried to spark some kind of conversation with him at the start. "What's your name?" "I'm Jacob," I greeted in a cheery tone, perhaps a bit more cheerful than I should have been in a time like this. I couldn't help but feel incredibly nervous with new people. Maybe it made me come across as a little anxious. He was quiet for a long time before answering me. "Quan Lin," he said. Something was hesitant about his voice. Maybe he didn't want to talk to me. "Okay then. It's nice to meet you, Lin," I said, proper manners and all. There must have been something we could talk about. "Do you listen to the radio a lot?" I wondered. "I do. I really like the presenter here. Do you know who he is?" Not his name," Quan Lin told me. He hesitated for a while, and I kept scrubbing the dishes after a moment, unsure if he was going to continue or not. Eventually, he did. "He's secret for a reason, I heard. I think he's being looked for by the Jesus," he said, keeping his head down at the food he was cooking on the little drum grill beside me. By whom? Travelling from mainland, aren't you? He asked as he continued on the grill. I just looked at him with some confusion for a moment, trying to play innocent. I think I pulled it off. He sighed a bit. Sue and Hisu say they're brothers, but they look nothing alike. Probably brothers in arms, kind of thing. No one knows what they were like before the landing, but they were taken in for whatever happened, and they came out as one of them. My eyebrows furrowed, and mouth parted in surprise. One of them? I felt my stomach sink at the words. Not physically, he clarified, but mentally. They carry out the will. We were quiet together for a minute in silence, doing the dishwork. I tried to understand what it must be like for the Hisus, brainwashed like that. It was disgusting to imagine, and sad to wonder what they were like before the invasion. Eventually, he spoke again. I was pleasantly surprised that he was the one to start speaking. It's hard for my wife. These days, no one knows who to trust. Please don't take it personally, he confided, his words soft and filled with sincerity. My heart felt warmed by what I heard. Of course I won't. Thank you. Family. That night, 11:57 p.m. Amadeus. The bipedal beings slept soundly through the night, but I found it imperative to keep a guard. I listened to the sound of snoring throughout the building. It seemed that a number of people in this changed city had poor sinuses. After about half an hour, lounging and rolling about within the small and cramped room where both Jaker and Ling were resting, I will admit that I became somewhat restless. Some might say, bored. Everything in this new place was very odd to me, and I hungered for experiences. After all, as the smartest, now admittedly second smartest android in existence, still a marvel of science, I needed to always strive to learn. That is, after all, how one stays wise. Even if the new, taller, larger and scarier android had superior engines, processing power and computational facilities, that didn't mean that he was, by any means, better, only different. I was still wiser for my years, and my quest for knowledge would keep me there on top, where I belonged rightfully. I knew that people may be somewhat jealous of our wealth. After all, as well-intentioned as Jaker was, it seemed obvious to me that she was flaunting much of our good fortune. The exchange of that valuable purifier and radio for only one night seemed like an extreme waste of resources. But Jaker wanted what she wanted. There was not anything I could have done at the time. I'm just a cat, after all. I crawled out to the main sitting area. They were still out there, Shu Hui and Quan Lin. It seemed as though most of the customers had gone to bed, or at least to their rooms. However, the owners sat at their bar with the CV radio set between them, listening to the community station which had kept us informed all those years. They also chat softly to one another about some kind of matter, between the radio presenter's words. Shu Hui tapped at the table with her fingernails, and Quan Lin gave a little huff and shifted about his heavy suit before replying softly. I tried to remain still, just to eavesdrop. Perhaps pretend to be a decoration. Regardless, it was all for nothing. But thanks to their paranoia living in a world under siege, it did not take long before they spotted me. Their eyes grew wide, and I was taken aback. After a subtle glance to one another, they readily approached me and picked me up. I would have none of it, but they were offering shelter to my family. Although I could have shocked them away, I decided against it. Railgun was still much new to this world, and he might not be familiar with his own body, in case something was to happen. Then we would be putting dear Jaker in danger. It was best not to react harshly. After all, it was my own curiosity that got me in this mess. Perhaps, I hoped, they would listen to reason. "Let me go at once, if you wouldn't mind," I exclaimed at them, struggling and squirming away from their fumbling hands. I gracefully leapt to the floor and landed on my paws. I was surprised they were so alert at this hour, when everyone else had been so exhausted. "You know, I've never seen a robo-cat that talked before. Who got you built?" asked Quan Lin eagerly. Although his words were clearly directed towards me, he seemed to have turned and asked his wife, as though she would know. It seemed he believed she knew everything. I cleared my throat, ready to clarify that for him. "All right, if you must know, I was built by the great genius, Dr. Liu." I began with pride, but by the end, my words hit me deeply. I wished to say late, which would have been most accurate. It would have been unwise, I had decided. I kept that word to myself, although even considering it had caused sadness within me. Regardless, the CV radio continued to push out sound. Whatever they were listening to, it must have been really important, for it had interrupted the trail of thought of the two patrons. The words had them walk away from me in order to get closer to the speakers. "No way! Are you hearing this, Quan?" asked Shu Hui, eyes lighting up with an expression I hadn't seen in a long time, even if only for an instant, before fading again. Quan placed his arm softly on her shoulder and pressed his lips together. "It seems that I'm getting a word," the presenter started, louder than before. "Emergency announcement. Listeners, it seems that they are moving. They are moving. Are they leaving? Oh God. Oh God, I don't think they're leaving. No, they're relocating. It seems that they are just moving. They wanted to inform us. I'm hearing that it's because of someone in Taiwan, Taipei, someone foul who acted against them. Oh, they're coming here. If you look outside of your windows now, you might see the ship approaching." "I know I can," the presenter said, ending the words in an ominous tone. I immediately went over to the window to look outside. The two of them followed behind me, mouths open slightly. They took each other's hand. Clouds covered the sky, making it slightly more difficult, for a moment, for us to spot the dark object on the horizon. It was going very fast for its size. It must have been looming near the atmosphere, parts of it reforming and reshaping, and other parts seemed to fade out of vision altogether. I noticed that the humans behind me didn't want to look at it for too long, averting their eyes. "They made an offer to let people go," the radio continued after a few seconds of silence. They said that they'd let people be well judged if they could prove themselves to be honest enough to bring the hostiles forward." "Hostiles? Everyone, it seems that this is some kind of bounty. They will judge you pure if you bring in the young woman from Dr. Liu's address." He called out the address of my former home. I stayed very still. "If you bring the ones that escaped their scouts, the Malalas, then you'll be judged pure and you'll get to live. They said every day that they do not receive the woman, they'll be working twice as hard in order to bring us ultimate judgment as individuals." What does that mean?" the presenter asked himself. "I believe maybe it means more people could be in danger. Everyone, stay vigilant and strong," he continued on, but I didn't get much chance to listen to what else he had to say. Before I could make a move, Shu Hui reached out and grabbed me again while I was still on the windowsill. I had to keep myself as calm as possible. "What do you know, Kitty? Android made by Dr. Liu? You know where they are, don't you?" I felt that if I didn't talk my way out of this, Jaker could be in real trouble. Shocking her wouldn't get me out of this. She would just use that as some kind of evidence against me. No, the best thing would be to stick to the story. "Nothing at all, ma'am. I have been travelling for ages, and I haven't heard from Dr. Liu for a long time," I defended. "How did you even get in here? I didn't see you here earlier," she said with narrowed eyes, giving me a little shake with her meaty hands. "I snuck in when that girl came in. I've been following Erling and her from the main street. I hadn't seen another working android for so long," I told them. I was a genius. They seemed a little confused by how much personality I was proving to have. The androids they probably remembered dealing with were much less interesting than I was. "Who lived in Dr. Liu's home, then? Who is this girl they're looking for? You expect me to believe it's not Jaker?" Shu Hui asked again, not seeming to think over my story very much, which was disappointing. Then, before I could even answer, her eyes widened slightly and she cleared her throat. She turned to mumble into Quan's ear, but they didn't realize how advanced my android body really was. I could hear everything perfectly. "You know," she began, "if it really is the young woman, that means she's taken down one of them. Or probably her android has. We could really use her help. Maybe she could train the resistance how she's bypassed their defences. Perhaps we should not act so quickly," she said, a pleasant surprise to hear from her. Though she still tossed me a distrustful look, there was something of appeasing curiosity there now. Quan frowned, though. "If she is, our lives are in danger. You know they'd stop at nothing to get vengeance for an act like that. It's a matter of pride now. Nobody has raised a hand against them in over 9 years. Why? Because they are freaking invincible. They can't be taken down. What if it was just a coincidence? What if it will only happen once? This has got to be a big mistake," he pointed out, eyes turned sadly to the floor as he spoke. I didn't believe he was very happy with his own thoughts on the matter. From what Jaker had told me earlier, it had seemed as though they had gotten along so well. To hear such words from him now, I couldn't help but feel second-hand betrayal. Pretending I heard nothing, I blinked at them. "What's going on?" I asked. "Nothing," Shu Hui said. She hesitated and narrowed her eyes before putting me down. I slowly backed away from them and started dashing back to Jaker's room. I woke her up quickly. Railgun was at our side before Jaker had even acknowledged me. It seemed he didn't even try to go into a sleep mode. I suppose he didn't really need to conserve his energy. His energy more or less indefinitely supported itself. I told Jaker everything I had heard downstairs. After a moment of hesitation from her part, I said desperately, "We need to get out, now." "The ship is here," she finally said, reacting to my words, ripping the covers off of herself and going to the window of the guest room across creaking floorboards. She nearly fell walking over as her blood pressure might have momentarily dropped from having stood up too quickly, and Railgun was instantly there to support her. The black, oddly coloured mass was a heavy swell in the sky. Jaker picked me up and held me close out of fear, as though I was a teddy for her. "But there's a resistance. That's excellent news." I tried to be optimistic. Someone needed to be, and Jaker's face showed that it was a little hard for her at the moment. I could understand. It had been a long, long day. The poor girl looked exhausted. "Yes, But you said that people will die the longer I'm not there, and they'll be saved if I'm brought in? Who wouldn't do that to save themselves? They think I can teach them something, but there's nothing I could really do. Railgun is one of a kind. We can't make one for everyone, she ranted out in harsh whispers. These people are good, I argued. Maybe we should give them a little more faith, and we can hope that they won't break our trust either. They could really use us. If they just have that spark of bravery to trust us even a little, that's all we can hope for. Staying here is unsafe for Jaker. There is too much risk, Railgun stated. The extraterrestrials are at our door. Everyone is looking for us now. It's better if we take control of the situation. I don't like staying here. Would you rather go outside, where anyone could see us? At least here they are still making up their minds. They know us better than a stranger on the street knows us. It's the best shot we've got at safety right now, I pointed out, actually contradicting what I had said earlier about leaving the place in an instant. Jaker shook her head. No, I'm not happy to stay here. We need to take them out, somehow, some way. We can't stay anywhere to hide. We made a promise, she asserted, and tried to take a step towards the door. She made a couple of steps before wincing in pain and nearly fainting. Railgun was there again to offer his arm. Jaker, you're hurting yourself. Take your medicine and please rest, I begged of her. We can use this time to plan. For now, just sleep, okay? We're not yet found. They might use us for good. She eventually listened to me, and the night fell silent once again, though I stayed watchful the entire night for any formidable event. Soon the sun rose again against the dark clouds, casting that dim light through the windows. People's voices could be heard from downstairs, entering the tavern and rest. They didn't sound so rough from far away, I thought. My ears twitched up to listen to one of their voices, so different and each one unique and strange to me. Jaker got up after a short while. Railgun kept watch over her always. She would probably want to leave that day, I considered, but we hadn't even discussed properly where we were going to go, or what we were going to do. It seemed to stay here would be the best idea for the meanwhile. As she had no better idea, and wasn't sure if they would attack her or not, we all agreed to see how another day might play out. However, it seemed nearly as soon as we went downstairs, the eyes turned to watch us. Joining up with them might not be so easy, I said quietly to Jaker. I didn't hide in her jumper now, because frankly I didn't see much point. It seemed to me that Shu Hui and Quan Lin already had us figured out. They just had to decide if they wanted to use that to benefit themselves or everyone else. I hoped that Shu Hui would pull through for me. Once Railgun came after us, though, ducking his head under the beams, it seemed that the rest of the group downstairs took offence. Maybe it was his size, or how he seemed to somehow glare with an expressionless visor at anyone who moved too close to Jaker. I imagine that certainly didn't help. She greeted the proprietors behind the bar, each of whom looked over her nervously and nodding along to whatever she was saying without really listening to her. The rest of the place grew quiet, like they were waiting for a cue. I didn't like the look of it, and I didn't think Railgun was comfortable with it either. His internal engine was winding up slowly, putting everyone on edge. Jaker was clearly uncertain how to continue. Yes, I could work here again. I'm just looking for somewhere I can get some help, she told them. She went a little quieter when everyone hushed, which was understandable. Then she did something I didn't expect. She took a deep breath and added, I'm Dr. Liu's granddaughter. It was like that was the signal they were waiting for. It wasn't long for them to start rushing and fighting each other to try and grab hold of her. The entire tavern was in chaos. Some, I could see, tried to keep the others away from her, but most were making their way to seize her. Railgun pushed them off of Jaker, but I knew that it was pointless. They might make it to the door before it was closed, but not before these people could grab them. There was just too many of them. To make matters worse, Railgun was still adjusting his new power limitations that Jaker had given him, after almost killing the human that had tried to steal from Jaker. I needed to do something, and I needed to do it fast. Without even processing it as an option, I jumped off of her and onto Railgun's back. I didn't even look back at Jaker's face as I did. I had a job to do. I, too, was built with a purpose. To serve my family. "Get to safety!" I shouted back at them as I leapt from his back. "I'll take care of it!" Railgun understood. He picked up Jaker and carried her away out of the door and into the steps outside that led the way to the road. My back arched up, and the lightning danced across it. My core hummed, and processing power became slightly less limited as the electrical charge grew. I hissed loudly, sounding like a static noise in order to grab their attention, and then let out the wave of electricity to bounce across the room with the force of a taser, affecting most of the area ahead of me. I didn't see the doors slam, but I heard them loud and clear. I could only assume that Railgun had secured them for her. I was glad. Only one way. Jaker. "How could we just leave him there?" I screamed back at Railgun. He stood there like a kicked puppy again, shoulders slumped slightly. I didn't care. "Amadeus was with us through everything. We just left him there," I said, furious and frustrated. It wouldn't matter anyway if what Amadeus had told us was true, if they were really getting everyone together to hunt us down. What was the point of running like this? What could we do to win? Amadeus. He was the last family I had. Now, I had nothing. I had mourned so much already. I felt tired from it all. I felt like all I had done was cry and walk and cry. It was exhausting. Nothing had come of it. I felt like nothing could come of it. Tears fell down my cheeks, but I hadn't the energy to keep falling apart. Railgun put his hand on my shoulder. "I'm sorry for your loss," he said, and I brushed his hand off of me. "No, you're not. If you were sorry, then you wouldn't have let this happen. You tore me from him. He was right. You let my grandfather die," I screamed at him. I screamed at him and then I walked away, stomping the floor and not paying attention to where I was going. "Jaker!" he called after me. Of course he was following me. "We need to be smart if we're going to get through this," he told me. My heart broke hearing those words. It broke into pieces the way I would have never thought it would. Those were the words my grandfather had used to try to console me when I ran out of the house that day, the day when my parents died. I then knew a new level of pain. A kind of pain that can only be caused by losing everything you ever had. Hearing those words squeezed my heart, but at the same time, the fire burning within me grew. It was the fuel I needed. It was all I needed to know what to do. "You're right. I've had enough of them, of this." He seemed as surprised as I was when I said it. I turned back to him as he slowed to stop after me. So much had happened that was outside of my control. of his control even, of anyone's control. It was so much easier to try and pass off the blame to someone else. It was even easier when they wouldn't argue about it. It was also unfair, and as much as it made me feel better, I knew that there had to be another way to solve this pain in my chest. You're right, Railgun. I just miss him so much. I'm sorry for blaming you. I know you didn't want this either. I know that you don't know what is best to do yet. I'm sorry. I went up to him and hugged him, and I tried to restrain myself from crying any more. It was no longer the time for tears. I will miss him too, Jacob. I just hate seeing you so upset. My main mission in life is to protect you. You must understand. I don't mean to seem disrespectful. I respect Amadeus very much. He is the most clever android there is. He said it himself. But in his way of doing things, he saved the lives of all those people in the tavern, Jacob. Please understand that I would have done whatever was necessary to keep you safe. That includes taking the lives of every single one of them if I had to, Railgun said. His tone was sincere. It made me smile a bit, and I wiped away some tears from my cheek. I hadn't looked at it that way at the beginning. Railgun could have kept me from harm's way if he wanted to, but at what cost? They knew exactly who the enemy was, and as cruel as those people may seem, they were not the enemy. The enemy was much worse. The fact that Amadeus and Railgun knew what they were doing and tried not to shed any more blood brought a stop to my tears. Yeah, he sure was the most clever android. I paused and looked over my creation, coming up with a plan in my mind. A slow smile crept onto my face. I narrowed my eyes as I spoke, adjusting my glasses further up my nose. I was tired of running, tired of hiding, and tired of feeling afraid. I wanted to avenge my family and all those who had died unfairly at the hands of these beings from another world. If they want us so bad, they can have us. Ready. Railgun. The streets were filled with roughly swept dust and potholes the size of basketballs, some larger. The homes had strings of clothing from window to window, so close together that the neighbours from across could nearly touch fingertips if they really leaned out. Each doorway had threatening words spray-painted on it, and usually some variety of sharp or otherwise pointed barricades. One might think that there must be some certain openness with neighbours, some kind of community. Perhaps there even was, but down this street it became less and less apparent to any passer-by. Indeed, the eyes of these people followed us with distrust and unease. Perhaps they were close to one another, but they didn't know Jacob or I. I remembered what Jacob had told me. They were scared. Everyone was. Even her, though she didn't say it outright. It was obvious. I kept extra vigilance to fulfill my purpose. She remembered the words of the patron back at the bar we had spent the night. This part of the city was where we needed to go to find the people we were looking for. I walked close behind her and kept scans running continuously in order to ensure that she remained safe. The threat level was low. If that bounty hunter was going to go after us, we'd find him first. That was what Jacob had said. I will not let him harm you. Them, she corrected me. I will not let them harm you then, I clarified, filing away the information about there being more than one person whom she was handing herself over to. Don't worry, they're to bring me in alive, I heard. If I am in danger though, I give you full authority to take them out. It'll just be a little difficult after that. she said, trying to sound confident. I nodded in agreement to these terms. The number one law embedded in my cerebral computer was to keep Jaker safe from harm at all cost. She didn't know about this law, and no matter what she did, she would not be able to overwrite it, for it was Dr. Liu's dying wish, a wish I was planning to fulfill, as humans often quote, until my last breath. After only an hour of asking around for the Jesus, we found them in a nearby local. They were sharpening a blade that they had made using the arm of a circuit board android. The scrap metal had been refashioned into a long sword with metallic fingers curved like a hilt around what seemed like the handle of a bicycle. The long arm had been thinned and made double-edged and jagged. A man picked at his teeth with a splinter of wood, his lip curling up and raising a long black moustache. His eyes looked heavy and tired, but he didn't look at us. He tilted up his straw hat and observed the person across him, a short rock of a man, bald and made of muscle, with a pot belly, before continuing to run the stone across the side of the blade's edge with his cut and calloused fingers. The waitress there gave them both small cups and served them tea, glancing up casually at Jaker and with more alarm at me as we approached the table. The men ignored Jaker, but once she stopped in front of them, they both gave a surprised glance up at me. I looked down at them calmly. The level of danger remained low. "What is it?" asked the moustached man, unimpressed, but a twitch of his face told Jaker that he was curious nonetheless. She held her ground. The stern rock of a man didn't even move for a long moment. Then he picked up his tea and held it firm. We are... She hesitated. She knew she had to do this, and she knew that they would bring her to the ship. She had heard that these men were redeemed. They were used by the aliens as hounds to sniff out even the most well-hidden populations. They had passed the trials within the ship. They were not on humanity's side any longer. "We are the ones who betrayed. We were scared, and we lashed out against the Judgement. We are willing to come with you now. We know there's no hope in running. We don't want more people to die because of us," she said. I remained completely still, my internal engine humming low, not even pretending to need to breathe. Unfortunately, my stillness seemed to make the following silence all the more unsettling. Rock took a sip of his tea and placed the cup down. Moustache made another motion to sharpen the blade with a high-pitched metallic ring, and then put away the rock into a little pouch at his belt. He stood up, and Rock followed. "Good. I'm glad you're coming forward. Is this the one who murdered the Miriu?" Moustache asked, stepping up to me as I looked down at him by a few inches. He stared for a long moment up close to me. Still, I did not move. His eyes opened up wider and his shoulders raised, tensing. I remained still and quiet. It didn't matter what he thought of my actions. "I heard that you apparently killed some. How? We all know it's impossible," he asked, but it wasn't in a curious way. The question was, in its own way, a demand. "How did you withstand the blast?" Jaker locked eyes with him back straight and completely not intimidated by his stature. "Those questions aren't the ones that we'll be answering to you. We are coming forward to them directly. You know how to get us to the ship, right?" she asked him, not a tinge of fear. He crossed his arms. "Yes. How do I know this isn't a trap? People don't usually hand themselves over so easily. People aren't usually that stupid." "They're killing people faster every day," Jaker argued, "because of me and my stupid decision to fight them. Logic says I am stupid, right? It pained her just to say it. I could tell that she was uncomfortable by the way she couldn't meet anyone's eyes. She was lying again, I could see. I stood still, but stared between them, ready to break skulls when and if necessary. Something crossed the Hsu's face, like a discomfort. "All right," they said after a number of seconds of silence. "You're saving many by coming forward like this. Very stupid, but brave, I'll give you that much," he told her. They both put their hand at her shoulder, and I tensed visibly. They looked over to me with narrowed eyes, clearly ready to begin aggressive action. Ling, steady," she told me. "Does it really have to go with you?" the Stone Hsu man asked her. "They want the killer, don't they?" she replied to him simply. I could see his face drop at the words. "Don't worry," she clarified. "He will not harm you. That's if you don't harm me." All the same, we were escorted to the ship with guns and swords out and at the ready. Although I wanted to hurt them for putting Jaker so close to those weapons, I remembered what she had told me. They were scared, and so I withheld violence. It was the best course of action, to stay at the ready. The Miriu. Keeper. Here were spires of silicon, marble, and gold. Roofs here were higher than those of churches, with tall, turning arches, and our Miriu home was much more beautiful than this craft, but the price of this ship alone was beyond anything I could have afforded before taking the job. The job to travel to a distant world for our race. We called ourselves Keepers, this mission's personnel. We were keeping the habitat in this sector in check and up to standard. If a world did not pass our requirements, then it would have to face consequences relative to that. The inhabitants, which were of sapient level, were known as humans. We found most of them lacked that vital spark of goodness, which was required of all our kept races. However, we did not believe that any group of humans spoke for the entire race. That would have been barbaric of us. Instead, we took them small groups at a time and examined each, finding those sparks of goodness if we could, and disposing of those who didn't pass our examinations. We did not have any need to rush the process. We had already been stationed on this planet for the past 10 rotations it made around its star, named locally as Sol. I had many opportunities during my quiet times to learn about the culture of these people, in order to increase both our empathy and understanding of where they were coming from. After all, it is important to maintain empathy in this process. We were not monsters, like they cried out at us when we appeared. Far from it. We were here to help them achieve a higher state of being. If there was a crime, then it was one we would change the legislation for and would make completely legal and pardoned by the universe law. It was fascinating to me just how short the human life was, only a maximum of perhaps 100 years in the best of times. There were a few around the planet that lived past that. They tried, it seemed, to create or contribute towards their colony societies, each in a self-assigned role, in some meaningful way before the end of their century of time. Then, after that, they would still be mentioned and spoken of. Finally, after about 3 generations, their names and everything about that person would be completely forgotten, and only their contribution would remain to impact the grander society that the creatures inhabited. All they did with all those gathered contributions was consume, which was unusual, except that as the only truly sapient race on their planet, they had no one to tell when they had taken more than their share. As a result, it appeared that they had irreparably damaged their home, and only by a stroke of luck did they prevent catastrophe. That was within the last number of years. It was lucky that we had arrived when we had. From outside, our craft looked like something the creatures below us would not recognize. The closest thing would be a vast mountain-like design, appearing nearly indivisible. Its colour to their eyes would probably be all-absorbing, so that would be black. There were, however, sections that would emit different hues within the darkness, and this light may be interpreted as glowing lines through the craft, mostly in light colours approaching the end of the spectrum. Light reds, or deep violet blues, as humans called them. I had to present my research and findings on the human culture and evidence of any pardonable phases to the Prize Lieutenant Nuvsev at our weekly meeting. "We have been very patient with the humans, have we not?" the Prize Lieutenant Nuvsev said, connecting his two thumbs together at each of his palms as a show of openness. "Well, we have," I conceded, about to continue when he cut across. "And have we not gone through our protocol for the judgment as instructed? Down to the letter, we might add. Have they proven to us through any of the beings we brought into this ship anything other than the corruption and discord in their minds? There is nothing particularly special about humans. What's the point of putting in the effort in order to maintain the world when the only sapient race on it is proving itself most unworthy of our attention? It's likely if we leave the planet they'll only start a war with us when they've advanced. With respect, that's nonsensical. You can't punish wrong that hasn't been done. All that you're saying is hypothetical. Besides, some of the judged have proven to be good, and those good could be used to repopulate once we purify," I said with scorn. "Watch it, Birya. You are starting to sound like one of them," said the lieutenant, smiling on one side of his lips. I knew the Prize Lieutenant Nuvsev had a lust for violence. I knew that he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate one of his kin. I had to keep my mouth shut and play it safe. The humans are one thing. That's a debatable topic. What about the planet itself? Surely we could just take all the pure and relocate them, couldn't we? Give them a temperate world with the right atmospheric chemicals and they can be saved. But the world here, it's a mess, said the lieutenant. We only destroy planets if they're deemed monstrous. I think that this is a bit extreme, I said, only pointing out the most essential of laws. Well then, it is a good thing you do not make the rules around here. You do not effect the change. I will make my proposal for disposal to the captain. Who here, I ask, is finished with this place? After all, we have not risked the lives of our keepers for nothing. Someone is down there defying us, and the first deaths have taken place, something that we all thought would be impossible by a human hand or any of their weapons. Soon this place will be deemed monstrous. There is no avoiding it. Either we strike first or they do, and I can assure you, Birya, we will strike first. We will give them, in a silver platter, all they have ever wanted in the first place. I frowned and looked away. This was not standard. We did not jump to such conclusions. The Prize Lieutenant Nuvsev was losing it. I think that the corruption of the people you inspect has rubbed you harshly, I commented, risking my own skin, testing the state of his mind. You need to remain calm in order to effectively run our campaign. Maybe they have. All the more reason to have the universe tidied a bit. No need to be so sympathetic to them. They aren't worth it. That is what I have been determining. He walked out of the office, the door pulsing and crumbling apart for him before reconstruction, and I was in the empty chamber once more. I could not believe what was being said. After exiting the conference, I went for a walk around the ship. I observed all the beauty of transcending structures in our ship, missing home, and then, out of curiosity, I went to look in at the Judgement Bay for observations. The lieutenant wasn't there at the time, presumably in an office somewhere or answering to his own superior. There were, however, a few sub-officers who were doing the duty of introducing humans to the program. I watched from behind a wall made of simple sheer fibres, similar to Earth's metals, but more as a fabric, and where our eyes could see through it. The humans did not have our enhancements. Neither did the majority of other planetary guests that would walk through these halls. It was always a little awkward when they did. We wouldn't have been allowed into the viewing bays on those worlds. We didn't want to make the viewed beings uncomfortable. The creatures were brought in usually in groups of anywhere between 5 and 20. They were first inspected and given diagnoses on their mental and physical health through our full scanning entry systems. Once they were deemed not to be carrying any harmful bacteria onto our decks, the next door would slide open, and they would be taken to the quiz center. There, they were usually given quick tests about reflexes and submerged in our thought tanks. We then monitored the workings of their brains and usually put them through light simulation. That is a major part of the grade. Finally, we would put them all in a room and would test how they would react in such desperate times. To see how they were in fair and reasonable circumstances were one thing, but we were testing their instincts and inner desires in the long haul. We would ask them if they would kill one another in order to escape themselves. As a pack species that would function in the greater universe, we would expect, of course, that they would all deny this request. But we always knew the truth. The ones that would attempt to fight and would secure their own selfish purposes are deemed impure and taken to one side. Anyone who would try to calm their crowd, and any groups that would not fight with each other, are seen as hopeful and pure, and would be taken for further indoctrination. However, to no avail. Most of those who would make it to the Last Judgment never seemed to pass it. In order to pass, they would have to be rid of their humanity. This was where I did not agree. I saw a few that had passed the final judgment, and the outcome was less than pretty. Those poor souls would become numb and without their own identity. This new final judgment was something that Prize Lieutenant Nufsev had put in place. I had tried to appeal it several times to the core of the Miriu law, but it always failed. The transmission to the core of the Miriu seemed to be frozen. I had been to the master of the ship to fix the problem, but my request appeared to go nowhere. Also, they would only assure me that they were doing the best they could to keep the ship running. Bullshit, I hissed under my breath, practicing my human dialect. I remembered when we first arrived. We were gracious as hosts. We expected fairness and cooperation, nothing more. Now the crew was tired. We were here for too long, watching the planet for 10 years slowly deteriorate into the wreck that it previously was. Now they wanted to make the problem just go away and put no effort into its correction. What laziness had befallen the station? I shifted my coverings, discomfited. What would be the point of 10 years of hard work? All that research? I had even considered having a secondary home here once the planet was cleared. I could stare at Sol for hours at a time, watching the bubbling, flaring surface of the near star, or perhaps even working on one of those buildings myself. The whole planet, sure, was a fixer-upper, but I felt that it wasn't impossible. I was falling in love with the planet and its people. Even with their many defects as a species, I knew they could do better, that they could change their ways and do good by it. I recalled easily my many days behind desks, logging into our collective memorial database every record from our observations, and making trips down to the very surface that they now wished to simply destroy. I had so much hope then. Perhaps I was just used to it. I had grown attached to the green and simple hues of the grass, the strange boxes that humans had called buildings, which, by the way, from research and reading that I had done, only meant things that were built. How funny and simple these humans were. The evil ones were interesting as well, in how they operated so detached from the rest. They did not seem to have the same pack mentality that would have been expected for their growth. Instead, they acted as predators among their own, hurting others for their own gain, like a wolf entering a new pack or a fox amongst hens, just to gain power for themselves. These creatures were also interesting to read about. I went to the mess hall thinking about all of these new words I had learned in each human language in order to help our collaboration. I had hoped that this would be a successful mission, that we would reckon this planet approachable and colonize with it peacefully. It didn't seem to be going so well after all. Such opportunities and cultures destroyed by such thing as our own selfish inconvenience. It didn't seem the Miriu way. No, the Miriu way was long lost and forgotten. We were doing wrong. I brought with me to the mess hall our key lore slate, refreshing myself on the fundamentals of our people. I hoped that this uneasy feeling within me would dissipate. I couldn't be the only one who felt like this. There had to be more. Enter Jaker. The Hussous took us directly below the massive ship. I could see it for days over the city, but now I was directly under its epicenter. Never did I think I would be doing this, yet here I was. I felt like an idiot. I felt reckless, but I was angry and I had more than enough courage. Here, when looking up, it seemed to encompass the entire sky, that complete blackness with the strange stripes in seemingly random patterns. I felt my skin spot with goosebumps. As the massive ramp began to lower to pick us up, 8 of the so-called keepers also lowered. The Hussous walked us up the ramp and then turned away, frightened. They first began to walk away slowly, and little by little they began to run away. Cowards, I thought. They were always so brave when they were facing humans, even bullied them, but when it came to facing those who were enslaving them, they'd ran. We were brought up to the entrance of the ship. It was just over where Yangmingshan National Park once was. Now the place had become little more than a rocky volcanic wasteland. There had been some expansion out in this direction once, and the evidence of old high-rises and a few quarries to try and get materials for more dragons seemed to be underway, but must have halted altogether when the keepers came. I looked up to see them, and my eyes watered from the beauty of them. I hated myself for thinking that, but something about them made me think that way, and it scared me also that I felt that way. I tried to make myself believe that it was something in the air that they were using to make me feel like this, but with no proof, I couldn't be sure. At a distance, though, I wondered what Railgun thought of them, but I didn't look back at him to see his reaction, not that I could have even been able to tell with his visor. Railgun stood as the android that I had created. The android my grandfather and I had designed as the final hope so that humanity might survive. It was easy to belittle myself as being capable of changing the tides of things when I saw so much might before me. What if they could destroy him? What if Railgun can only take out a few of them before they gang up on him? What if they separated us? I tried to think about something else and clenched my fists. These keepers were tall, taller than Railgun, with long bodies and long arms. They had what would have been the perfect human body, each joint of their bodies constructed perfectly, and they were terrifying at the same time. Some kind of hunters from a distant place, I was sure. I felt a weakness looking upon them, like my eyes would water and burn, like a deer caught in the headlights and knowing that the end was closer than ever. Nothing was showing outside of what seemed to be their armour skin. No, I was sure it was an armour skin the closer I got to them. 2 oversized lenses were just about in the same place where regular human eyes would be. They seemed to wear a thin draping sheet of fabric, but not so much wear it as it draped and arranged itself over various parts of their body. Sometimes it didn't even cover them at all as much as orbit around them. Their voices when amongst one another were like singing in the mind, though outwardly guttural, basely and shuddering. It somehow sounded comforting. I grimaced at that. In all their amazing beauty, I began to see their weakness, the weakness that no one saw in them before. "You are the human who has pitilessly murdered our people. You are the gods among men, some say," they stated. Their hands moved like spiders, elegantly weaving a web, making the images of their fallen comrades appear before us. I thought I could see them smile through their helmets after saying those words. "You're the cowards who are systematically murdering mine," I bit back. "That attitude is not welcomed inside our ship. We can very well just pass judgment on you now, if you wish," one of them threatened as he got closer, but stopped as he heard Railgun's core humming louder and taking a step closer to me. "You can try, and let's see what happens," I said, not backing down. I was angry, and I was saying things that I was not supposed to, but half of me wanted to get it all over with. I wanted all of this to end. Within a second, Railgun's arms extended and interlocked into 2 separate cannons on each side, already taking aim. Sparks of electricity danced on the floor and all around Railgun's cannons. The keeper that was approaching me took a step back. The other 7 keepers reacted, drawing out their weapons, but only to glance at them as they were blown away from their hands by Railgun's cannons. Even the weapon of the keeper that was talking to me got blown, even while it was still attached to its leg, taking a big chunk with it. The keeper made a loud screech in pain. They seemed to panic. I was sure that nothing like this had ever happened to them. I was sure that they had never witnessed anything like Railgun. "We are not here to play any games. Now, if you can please take me to your leader. There is no need for violence. As long as I feel safe, he will not do anything to you, I said as Railgun's cannons retracted back into his hands. That was just lucky of you. We'll see how lucky you are inside the ship, the keeper wept in pain. From up above us, one of them descended from the ship to the lower platform. This keeper was different. But what set this keeper apart from the others, despite his obvious rank, were the 6 wings on his back. No, they were not wings. They were translucent beams of light that enabled him to fly. At his presence, the other keepers stiffened and returned to their original posts. His presence carried weight and gave me the chills. I started to feel the reality of the situation sink in. Now, this is not the time and place for all of that. This is not the way the Miriu treat their guests, is it? The most senior of them mischievously asked as he settled into the raising platform. No, sir, the others answered all at once. Everyone will be judged in time. There is no need for bloodshed, the most senior of them added, as his 6 extensions disappeared back into his body. Are you their leader? I asked without a care in the world. Railgun's core sped up once again behind me, awaiting his response. You flatter me, but I am not the captain or even a member of the Judicial Council. I am just Prize Lieutenant Nuvsev, at your eternal service, the lieutenant said, with a voice that gave me the chills. Who is your boss? I need to speak to him. Take me to him, I demanded. You misunderstand. That's fine. You are not the only one of your species who misunderstood, the lieutenant said, waving us away as we kept walking deeper into the ship. The rest of the way, we walked in silence, and I fixed my glasses, at the same time managing to turn on my HUD display to start analysing the ship. The ship looked like it was built in the likes of many cultures from all over the world. They were all here. The thought made me feel uneasy. Had they been to Earth before? Judgement. Railgun. Once inside, the Prize Lieutenant Nuvsev left us, and we were escorted by 3 other keepers. We scanned and observed the interior of the craft. I could not comprehend the material that my sensors were scanning and picking up. Nothing on Earth seemed quite like it. Although similar components existed, nothing quite matched right. I was surprised at how many things my cerebral computer was able to recognize. I felt lost and unsettled at being unable to calculate something of this magnitude. How could I defend Jaca against something I didn't understand? Thankfully, I knew that I could take out the beings. That was something I felt pretty confident to do, though I knew that the number in this structure would make the likelihood of me surviving the encounter unscathed roughly 0. I knew the risks, but I also knew the purpose that I was here. On her order, I would get her out. It was only when we entered the ship that my cerebral computer began to elevate the danger level to moderate, and my core kept a steady flow of energy to my body. My body was set to react the moment it would notice something repulsive to happen. I was calculating and recalculating the massive pressure that my core would generate on my body at full power. I would do whatever she asked. I realized as I walked behind her the reason for that. It was not just the order that Dr. Liu had given to me, nor was it that she was my creator, although both of those features indicated immediate loyalty to my charge. More than that, She was trying so awfully hard to win back this planet for her people, so that she and her kind could keep on living, so she could live out her life as it was intended to be lived the day she was born. As foreign an idea that was to me, I was beginning to understand it. I could also understand that determination because I felt for her how she was feeling for humanity. I could equate that with my own programming and felt as though we were alike. We were led down a hallway, or a chamber. It was hard to categorize exactly what it was. Some kind of passage, I could say. There was a room with a few strangely organic chairs growing out of the floor, for lack of a better word, forming perfectly soft crystalline structures. Geometry played a pivotal role in the location of the rest of the furniture as well. Projections seemed to disappear and reappear from the walls like ghosts sending strange messages. I could not interpret them, even if I had tried. Instead, I focused on the job at hand. One of the keepers had Jacob sat down. He asked, and she complied. I was eyeing his vital points for potential strikes. I didn't trust them in this room, especially after seeing everyone on the streets and how people reacted to their mention. There was no way that this was a safe place for her. I watched her like a hawk, ever vigilant to rip this ship to pieces if it meant getting her out of here. I calculated every possible scenario, paying attention to every bit of information that my senses allowed me to receive. But she had ordered me not to do anything. I couldn't rescue her unless something went very wrong. I remembered what she had told me. I tried to hold myself back and gave it all a chance. Trust her, I told myself. I had to trust her. Soon, one other keeper joined us, but this one seemed to be a member of the judging council of Miriu. It wore a grand robe of some sort, covering its body in its entirety. It didn't take very long before 10 more walked into the room, some male, some female, by the looks of their bodies. "Never before has anyone actually killed one of us," the judge stated, matter of fact. Its voice had a calm, softer tone that if they had genders may have been associated with someone more feminine. "And never before have we allowed a machine in the chamber of life. However, due to the complexities of this particular case, this machine will be exempt from the rule. Judging will take place in an orderly fashion." Jacob didn't even look at them. Other keepers came in and put me in restraints made of whatever strange flat material the ship was made in, only it had some kind of orange field around it. They clearly didn't know what I was capable of. That was acceptable, and although I hated them touching me, I could let it be for now, as Jacob was yet to truly be threatened. "What is it that you are fighting against?" the keeper judge asked her. Jacob did not answer. "Is it control?" Again, no answer. "You hide yourself away with that scientist for 10 years. Don't think we didn't notice. We, the keepers, see everything that ever happens in this world. It is part of our duty, and that is how we come to a fair judgment," they continued. "All those people you didn't feed. All those people you didn't let into your house for safety. Technology you had you could have used to help your community. Where was your goodwill? Where was that of your grandfather?" they asked. Jacob looked at her, eyes wide and beginning to shake. Her heartbeat increased. I worried for her and considered my restraints. "How do you know how long I've lived?" she demanded. There was only silence. You brought this upon us in the first place. You are not welcome in this world. None of you are welcome in this world. Take your ship, your keepers, and leave. We can figure things out on our own. You are responsible for the death of my parents, my grandfather, most of my family by now, and even my cat. You don't know what I have been through, what kind of suffering I have endured to be able to help here. We did what we had to do to help humanity survive. You don't know anything about me or my family, Jacob said as tears rolled down her cheeks. They are responsible for their own deaths, the judge said. Leave now. This is your last chance, Jacob said in a low voice filled with anger. You dare threaten a judge of the Miriu? A judge? The only person that can pardon you and your machine? The judge asked, indignant. I did not come here to surrender. I did not come here to be pardoned. I came here to tell you face to face to leave Earth. Leave and never come back. They just looked back at her and glanced down at the chair that she had been tied to. She, too, glanced down at the device touching her skin. Well, I think it's obvious that we cannot let you survive. You are not pure, nor are you destined to go through trial to become pure. You are an especially dangerous mind. Your technology will be crushed and recycled. You will be made into compost. I hope you understand that we will make the best use of you. Do not be afraid. This is the right path for you. Fire! She cried. At her words, I chose the caliber of my attack. My back panels split, separating arms locking together, breaking the restraints with ease in front, and the meter behind me extended from between my shoulders. The lights along my arms lit up to the brightest green. Jacob covered her ears as the whistling sound increased to inaudible levels the moment before the charge released. The blast shattered through the bodies and the door, leaving a hole branching at least 3 bodies wide. The restraints holding Jacob unlocked with the commotion. Stay with me, Jacob, I insisted. She ran along behind me. My arms separated once more, and the charge was down for the moment. My core ran with a hum within my chest, bringing my power back to normal again. Alerts rang out around the entire ship. They were not like sirens, but like singing, a choir of synchronized voices without a tune. Or perhaps it was a tune that I could not perceive with my limited audio input equipment. Jacob grabbed at my hand. It was still hot from the charged blast, but she didn't seem to care. Let's go. We need to take them all down, she said between her teeth. I followed as instructed. Of course, I would do whatever she asked. However, I felt something I couldn't put into words. Something I didn't feel comfortable talking to Jacob about, even if I could phrase it appropriately, maybe. I scouted ahead just 3 feet from her at any given time, ensuring that the path ahead was clear. I doubled back to check behind us as well. We carried on, finding numerous signs in every hallway in a strange script. No language in my database had anything like what I was looking at. I was going to leave it be. Jacob paused, however, and adjusted a few settings on her glasses. This is catching a lot of matches. It's like a combination of a lot of older languages, she said, matching up various letters from the database located within the GEL network within the frames. While she was looking so cautiously at the signs, Another came around the corner. The first of many guards to come, I was sure. I ran towards him, appearing almost instantly in front of him. I grabbed his helmet and cracked his skull against the strange, near-organic walls. They tried to use their typical fashion of shocking staves and blasts of energy. I ran to meet the other one approaching from the opposite end of the hallway. He met the same end as his comrade. 2 more came from the first side, which I managed to disable before they could reach Jaker. My arm reached for Jaker to pull her behind me. I braced myself against the impact and bolted forwards to slam myself into them and pound a fist into the helmet to crack it, and forced my hand inside until I felt a crack. Jaker's vitals raced, and with hands slicked with viscera, I guided her through the strange passageways. "This way," she told me, making a sudden turn. She pushed up her glasses to make sure, deciphering the script as she went. As we ran, I picked up a pair of those electric sticks they tried to use on me, assuming they'd be effective against them. Jaker's eyes flicked around behind her glasses as she mapped the corridors for the most effective route to take. We'd rounded a corner, and I saw another group rushing towards us. The lights here faded from a white to a light blue and back again as the singing continued through the walls. It was as though they didn't use the same speaker technology that humans did, but the sound resonated throughout the walls themselves. This time there seemed to be a small troop of them. Some of them were in armor. I counted 2 of them without. I went for those weaker links first and used the sticks to knock them out and pushed them aside. There were so many of them, however, the armored ones, that soon struck me hard at the joints. I could feel internal issues arising due to the sudden ripping of cords. I worried that my back plates could become damaged from the wailing of these attackers. My body was still adjusting to what it could or could not do. In numbers, the enemies seemed to have the upper hand. I was trying not to fire my railguns, saving all my energy for when the real battle began. I struggled against them. I flung myself backwards against the wall and kicked out with my legs. I jabbed the lightning rods into the creature's face and neck until they let me go. It affected them even through the armor and made it more difficult for them to move afterwards. I looked down at them for a moment, impressed, before carrying forward. Jaker, meanwhile, tried to stay out of the line of fire, but I could tell that she was scared. I couldn't devote too much processing to it, however, as I ducked and weaved between an oncoming onslaught of beatings. "Railgun!" A few of the creatures towards the edges couldn't help but try for an easier target while I was taken care of. They reached for Jaker, trying to grab her arm, missing only by a few inches. "You're the little murderer! Stop your creation!" they started. Jaker's face dropped and fell pale as their face was inches from her own. I felt a fury well within me, and I forcibly ripped myself free of the remaining guards holding me back. I leapt towards them, grabbing their legs and flailing them against the wall. They grunted and tried to get up, but I kicked them again swiftly. They stayed down then. I didn't know if what I had done had killed any of them. I assumed, at the very least, the crushed heads were dead. But their vitals worked differently from the humans that I was programmed to understand. Frankly, I didn't care as long as they weren't moving to harm us or capture us. Or at least, I felt as though I shouldn't care. To protect Jaker, anything was acceptable. But as I looked upon the littered room, I couldn't help but wonder if they, too, were just scared, like those men who tried to take Jaker's purse only a few days ago. Jaker clung to the metal plates and looked over my body. "Oh God, Railgun! You don't look so good, she commented worriedly. We don't have time to worry about that. I still have a lot of fight left in me, I told her, continuing forward. One of the back plates that protected my railgun had been torn nearly free from its hinges. She gave an impression that she wasn't convinced, her eyebrows furrowing up like that and her lips pursed. I didn't think she believed me, but I was being honest. Maybe she figured that out herself after a moment, because she began stepping through the bodies, nervous but determined. We need to get to the core, she told me. That's where the engine is. With everything, if you take out its engine, that means that the whole thing will fail, especially something as complicated as this. I mean, I would assume they usually would have a backup generator, but if we can find a way to take that out afterwards, or even overrun its capabilities and hack into its system and somehow counteract its implementation, then we could get this thing down in no time. If the ship falls, then we win, Railgun, she explained, urgency in her tone. 9 lives. Amadeus. It had been a long 2 days with the humans. I had no idea what happened to Jaka after the door closed. I could only assume, with my higher reasoning, that, of course, Railgun was taking care of her, that she was safe. I could only hope. She had to have a plan. She would not give up so easily. That wouldn't have been like her. As I stared out the window, I saw the ship just there, unmoving in the air. But something about it looked wrong. It did not look as mighty as it used to. Changing my optical scan, I noticed that their shield was down. What a remarkable sight! They are not indestructible after all. We might still have a chance, I whispered. The people downstairs were still pissed off at me, as the local language would say, for rendering them inert and almost causing a heart attack to 2 when they tried to get a hold of Jaka. But I figured that this news would make them reconsider their position and not try to kill me as soon as they saw me. As I walked down the stairs, they all turned to me, uncertain, angry, and beginning to stand up from their seats. Some of them were ready to leap for me, whereas others were more hesitant. I sensed a moment, if you would, an opportunity. Excuse me, I do beg your pardon. I know that the shock wasn't exactly what you asked for, and I know it might have caused a great deal of pain for some of you. But as I said before, I am very sorry for that, I said, giving a little bow from on top of the counter they were all turned to. There must have been about 12 people here. Probably more, but it was hard to tell when they all grouped together like that. As I tried to explain before, my name is Amadeus, and Yeah, we know. And we also know that you're worth a hell of a lot of money. So cut the crap, said one of the men in the crowd. They were a large barrel of a man with a shredded 8-pack and a mane of hair. Others in the crowd hollered laughter. No, well, yes, I am, I expressed quickly, but I'm only really worth a large amount as long as I'm in operation. For you see, no one knows how to fix me right now. And frankly, my components wouldn't really be very profitable compared to what I can provide you all in the long run. I found my paws kneading at the counter nervously. And what is that exactly? They asked me. I looked between them. It was a wild shot, honestly. No idea if it would work or not, but there was only one way to find out. The girl you tried to capture a day ago? She's being protected by the only thing that we know can kill them, I explained to them. Them? Who the hell do you mean by them? Another large man demanded. The so-called keepers, I replied, pausing. Their postures changed, and there was muttering among the crowd. The consensus, unsurprisingly, was that they had thought as much, that they knew it already. Oh, of course. Surely something there would have seemed important. Shu Hui stood up. You know what? I'm listening. Talk. This is your only chance, she said firmly, and the whispering grew louder. Either in agreement or in outrage, I wasn't sure. Kuan Lin hesitated at first, but then gave a nod. As am I, he stated in that quiet voice of his. Sitting up a little prouder, I gave the couple, who had been our hosts for all this time, an approving smile and explained to them, all while I had their attention, what had led Jaker, Railgun and I here, and what our plans were. They had many questions that day, and I tried to answer them as best as I could, but there was quite a lot to cover. The bottom line is this. I know that you have a resistance movement, and we have to act now, I told them. I have strong reason to believe that their deflector shield is down. Something must have happened in the inside of the ship, and I am more than sure that Jaker and Railgun are behind it. I am also sure that they are in a great deal of trouble, and they need my help. After a brief silence, a frail-looking silver-haired woman gave a nod. Her face had something steely in it, and I felt that I could trust her. I need to get to her. I need to get to Jaker so that I can increase their odds of success. Every small percentage counts. Can you all help me? Are you out of your mind? We are not going anywhere near that thing. You are asking us to go near the one thing we have been hiding from for the last 10 years, one of the guys in the crowd said, and many more seemed to agree. I am also telling you that this is your only chance. Aren't you supposed to be rebelling against them? Then rebel, and help Jaker now, I persisted. There was silence for a moment, and then the radio announcer had everyone informed that the reward had gone to the Jesus for successfully bringing the young girl, Jaker Liu, up to the ship, alive. The timing couldn't have been more perfect. There was silence, with rebels looking among each other, scratching their various body parts as subtly and casually as they could, like kids not wanting to be called out in class. But what can we do? We have nothing. Most of us have tried to attack the scouts in the past when they first came to Taiwan, but our bullets are meager weapons. At least, the ones that still work after the Great Blackout don't work against them, one of the men reasoned as the rest of the crowd nodded in agreement. What can we do, Cat? Shu Hui asked sincerely. Doing something, anything at all, is way better than doing nothing. I am not asking you to fight them. I just need a distraction. And I need to get to them as soon as possible. There was a moment of silence before one of them stood up, looking a little bashful and hesitant. It was the guy with the 8-pack. I have been keeping aside some rocket fuel and the last bit of weapons we have. I have been keeping them away for something special. I think this might be it. Confrontation. Jaker. If the ship made any sense at all, we were moving towards its centre, toward the place where we would surely find the core of the ship. At least, that was what I was hoping for. I was moving as fast as I could, sweat building up on my forehead. Jacob, we should really stop and rest for a few minutes. You are exerting yourself too much, Railgun said, with a genuine worried voice. Nah, I'm fine. We are almost there. Just a few more minutes, I said in between breaths. He called it. As I took a few more steps, my body buckled, and I fell towards the floor. Railgun caught me just before my face came in contact with the floor, and then lifted me to my knees. My chest was in pain. I felt uncomfortable and exhausted. Where can I find your medicine? Railgun asked, attentive, only waiting for my reply. I should have my pouch in the left pocket of my jacket. There is also a pouch of water there. Before I was able to move my hand out the way, he already had the little white pill and the pouch of water in front of me. Would you like me to administer this to you? Railgun asked with a soft voice. I couldn't help but smile. No, thank you. I can do it myself, I said as I grabbed the pill and the pouch of water from his hand. Just be on the lookout, okay? It shouldn't be long before they catch up to us. Railgun moved toward the middle of the corridor as I rested my back on the wall. I thought about many things as I sat there waiting for my body to recover. I thought about the great big mess I was in. I thought about how we would ever get out of this ship, and I pondered about how unfortunate it would be for any of the keepers to confront Railgun right now as he was keeping watch. They would be walking into his new territory, into his new comfort zone. I could only imagine how many calculations and plans he had processed at the same time just to keep me safe. How long has it been since we stopped? I asked, worried, not realizing the time. It has been 15 minutes, he simply replied. And you have not heard any movement whatsoever? I asked as I got up slowly, supporting my weight as I pressed my hand on the wall. There has been much movement, but all at a safe distance from us. I believe they have laid out a trap for us of some sort, Railgun replied. I recommend caution. So do I said almost with a smile, thinking I was losing it. Let's go. We are almost there. The final door had a code sequence, and I went to decipher it before Railgun just tore the door apart with a shriek. Shuddering a bit, I moved inside. The air was colder here. There was calmness and a silence. It seemed completely serene and perfect. The room was circular and wide, with a dome-like curvature for the ceiling. At the very centre there was a large, round opening. From there, you could see a whole magnified universe. Nebula shifted positions behind that lens, and the coloured light of the trillions of stars made its way down in a beam toward the floor. The sight of it was mesmerising. There was a map on the floor where the light struck. It was like something from the old world astronomy books. There were rings upon rings of different planets and symbols. The floor turned and moved to adjust. Then, the middle section of the map raised itself and levitated a huge, approximately 4-ton block of mass in that same strange, unknowable black material. It glowed and changed to a clear white crystalline colour within moments as it caught the light from the nebula beam. The room glowed. I realised my jaw had dropped slightly and brought it up. I didn't even look away to see Railgun's expression or search the room. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. That must be it, I whispered. That's the core. There, sitting below it, were 2 of the keepers. They seemed different from the others, sitting cross-legged like that and not particularly focusing on anything. It was as though they were floating on the air, but my mind went automatically to magnets. It was probably magnets, I said to myself to try not to freak out. Like the magnet chairs back in Grandad's house. My house. I clenched my jaw, and they opened their eyes. "You really shouldn't be in here," one of them said with a barely audible voice. "Well, why not? Isn't that the plan? We wanted them to come here, and they came here," the other said with a chilling voice that I was able to recognize instantly. I had seen Railgun take down more than 2 keepers at a time, and I had seen him do it several times, but there was something about these keepers. Everything felt different. It felt strange. How can they be so confident knowing what Railgun can do? Railgun took a step in front of me as if sensing danger. His core engine roared to life. At the same time, his back metal plate adjusted halfway open. His body tensed up as electrical particles danced all around him. He was ready for something big. "Please, step back away from the door, but in clear view of it at all times," Railgun instructed. I was quick to follow the advice and found a place between Railgun and the door, just to the side in one of the 10 or so pillars in the room. "Don't you worry, little girl. We aren't going to do anything to you. Well, at least not until we tear to pieces this android of yours." The keeper that I recognized from earlier, the so-called Prize Lieutenant Nuvsev, said as he got up. "You can remain seated, Captain. I think I will suffice." Railgun stood there motionless and emotionless, most certainly calculating and formulating a strategy. Forgive my rudeness. I don't know where my hair is nowadays. Allow me to introduce the great captain. This is Captain Cecil, commander of the Nefvalia, the ship you are currently desecrating, said the Prize Lieutenant Nuvsev as he gestured toward the other. And as for me, well, you know who I am. Nuvsev continued walking toward Railgun, unafraid. I feared for Railgun. "Railgun, do not hold back. Use everything you've got. These 2 are the last in the way for what we need to do. We don't need to listen to them," I said in a loud voice. "You don't need to listen to us?" Nuvsev asked with an arrogant tone of voice. "It's more like you are scared to know the truth about humanity," he said as he stopped in the middle of the huge chamber. "What truth are you talking about?" I asked, not being able to help myself. "Since the beginning of the human race, there has been violence. Not only amongst them, but also towards this once great paradise planet. Humanity has neglected the planet and has put their selfish intentions first before anything else. Before even taking care of the world they live in. They have littered the earth with trash and disease, corruption and dirt. There has not been one government among you that is not corrupt somewhere along the line. There has not been a single prolonged act of kindness toward the planet. The earth is filled with disgust," Nuvsev said, raising his voice with each line. "My grandfather built the world fans, the great dragons, to help and fix the earth back to its normal self. He devoted his life to saving the world. How dare you say those things about everyone?" I asked, as a single tear ran down my cheek. Fury kept the rest from coming out. Exactly. To patch up the problem that humanity had created among themselves. Human greed did this to your planet. The hearts of those that wanted power over anything else, even if it meant their own bloodline would be lost to the pollution of the future. All worthless, said Nufsev with venom. Let us fix our own wrongs. We can fix this planet. We will find a way. We, some of us, have done wrong, and some even worse. But you can't judge a whole species by the wrongs of a few, I said with a strong tone. Oh, but we can, young lady. Just with the simple fact that the planet was a wasteland when we got here. This planet used to be a parasite in the middle of all these stars, and look at it now. You are all guilty in my eyes, and I will see to it that justice is made, with my own hands if I have to, said Nufsev, taking a step forward. Is that what the Miriu stand for? Is that their way? Destroying countless innocent lives across the galaxy? Is that what you are? I asked, yelling at him. They are not innocent, he yelled, stretching to his full length. I am Jacob Liu, and this is my Railgun. Railgun continued when he did not respond. Humans are so very intelligent. They have processors in their flesh, organically generated, calcium instead of metal supports. But they can make anything they need in order to fix any problem. Yes, many of these problems they make for themselves. The point, however, is that they fix it. They don't need to blame you or anyone else. They can own up to any mistakes they make, and through tireless trial and error, make everything right. They always have. If, by their own consequence, they become extinct from this planet, that won't be unless countless of them have given their own lives to try and save it. Humanity is still young by universe standards, and they have much to learn. I will be damned if I don't make sure that they do learn. But not by your hands, rather by their own mistakes, Railgun said, as his left cannon extended onto his arm. I give you no right to harm another human. The odds are not in your favour, mechanical being, said Nufsev, scowling. In fact, they greatly overwhelm you. You are strong, mechanical being, I'll give you that much. You have managed to defeat so many of us in just a few days, something that not a single human was able to do in a decade. But you see, as the Miriu, our race, goes away from the core, from our home, we grow weak and we become much more fragile by Miriu's standards. It's a risk that comes with the job, a risk that every keeper in this ship is willing to take. This would be magnificent news for you and for this girl. But you see, here is your problem. This ship is directly connected to the core of the universe, sending us waves of constant energy from our home. This is what powers the ship and gives us all power. And nowhere in this ship is that connection stronger than in this very chamber. The engine of the ship, said Nufsev with a grandiose pose and fully extending his 6 wings. Railgun's core began to hum even louder than before, with several of his body parts and joints lighting up. Nufsev didn't seem to even flinch at the threat of Railgun powering up. In this room, we are what you humans call gods. In all the history of the Miriu, no one has come into this chamber and survived. And you have not looked at your reflection. You are afraid, too, of this entire universe getting out of your control. You cannot grasp all the possibilities, so you seek to limit them, stifle the process so that you can anticipate the results. That is not optimal. That is a sinful choice, made out of fear. Railgun spoke so plainly. Don't you speak to me like that. No one ever speaks to me like that, the Miriu hissed. A human made me, and it will be by me that you will be destroyed, Railgun said, just before firing. The collision. Railgun. A muffled explosion took place behind Nuvsev. Immediately after, several apparatuses moved near the flames left behind by my gun, putting the fire out at once. It was then that I knew that the chamber was alive. I turned on all my available scanners and quickly began to scrutinize. The odds of winning this battle were bad at the beginning, just 50-50, but after the preliminary completion of the scan, my odds dropped to 14%. Not good news by any standards. Ha! You missed, Nuvsev said as he walked toward me. Aren't you supposed to have flawless aim? Isn't that what you are built for? Or perhaps your sensors could not see that I was not really there. Is that it? A human machine will never ever take down a real Miriu. I noticed the anomaly as soon as it began to happen. You seemed to be able to distort space around your being while you were in this room and while you were paying attention, I said calmly. Oh, very good, my dear garbage can. It seems that you are learning a few things as we go, Nuvsev said arrogantly. I was not aiming for you. I knew that a direct hit by my railgun while you were in that state would be impossible considering your capabilities in this chamber. I was aiming at your captain, I said as I retracted my railgun. You what? How? What? What? Asked Nuvsev, looking back and forth between me and where the former captain of the ship was located. He ran towards me fast, faster than anything I had ever seen move. I braced for impact with the full strength of my body. As he made contact, my internal system scrammed at me, alarms flaring as every mechanism in my body struggled to hold its ground. But my body managed, and I was able to withstand the impact. However, I knew that I was in serious trouble and that I could not keep up with this kind of fighting for long. The structure beneath my feet began to crumble and break apart, but I did not. My systems calculated that he was pressing down at me with an 8-ton constant downforce, nearly the maximum capacity of my body. How is this possible? You should not have the strength to oppose us. You are just human-made, said Nuvsev, mere inches away from my visor. He retracted his attempt to bring me down and fled back to the middle of the room. I immediately tried to cool my body down to normal operating temperatures, but before I could reach optimal body temperature, he launched an attack once again, this time attempting to hit me with everything he had. Alarms and sensors were blaring all over my body. I felt as though each section of my body became critical. My system's internal defense and everything I had learned about my body were being pushed to its very limit. Still, I blocked each attack with no time to spare. After I am done with you, she will be next. But she won't die a fast death like you. I will make sure she suffers for what she has done, Nuvsev managed. In that moment, my internal alarms began to have less importance, and I began to counterattack. I gained the upper hand, and with the full might of my mechanical body, pieces of his armor began to fall. "I've had enough!" Nuvsev screamed as he backed away. "I will not be defeated by a human-made machine. We are meant to rule. We are meant for greatness." "Maybe somewhere else, but not here. Not this planet. Humanity will always rise to the occasion. One way or another, they will always rise," I said, bracing myself as the word danger flashed all over my HUD. Nuvsev extended his hand at full length and snapped his fingers. Almost instantly, 2 apparatuses from the chamber had taken a hold of me, and I was not able to move a single millimeter. "So you see, Railgun, we are gods in my world, and as god, I get to decide who lives and who doesn't. I have decided that you will live to see the death of your precious Jaeka," Nuvsev said as he walked over to Jaeka slowly. "Railgun! No!" Jaeka screamed as she ran over to me and tried to break the grip of the strong apparatus that had pinned me. Watching her have no success brought an overwhelming feeling of sadness. My prime system began to power down and stopped taking care of itself. I felt useless. "Please, Railgun, it's not over yet. Please," she beseeched, face covered in tears. "I am afraid it's no use. Besides, the apparatus holding me down is functioning with a form of gravity that I cannot escape," I said in a defeated voice. "You are right. It is gravity and nothing else that is holding you down. This is the might of the Miriu. The very reason we travel interstellar distances is because we have control over gravity. Just one of the few perks of being born in the core of the universe," Nuvsev pompously announced as he got closer to Jaeka, dragging his sharp wings on the floor, creating sparks. "Nuvsev, you've done enough," said another keeper from the far end of the chamber. "Stay out of this, Biria. You were never a true keeper. After I deal with them, I'll make sure to deal with your treachery." Nuvsev turned to face the newcomer. "This is not the Miriu way. This is not why we swore to be keepers. You know that," Biria said as he pointed a large weapon toward Nuvsev. "Guard, come and get this defector out of my sight," Nuvsev screamed. "Guards!" "They can't hear you. I've sealed the chamber off. It's just you and me. Let's see how you do against your own kind," Biria said as his weapon charged. "You think you are the first one to oppose me? Ha!" Nuvsev said as he launched an attack against Biria. Biria fired his weapon several times, but Nuvsev seemed to be just too fast and dodged every shot with ease. Once he got close, he disarmed Biria in a single movement and flung the weapon far away, reaching the other side of the chamber. Biria tried to take a hold of Nuvsev, but to no avail. Nuvsev was far more experienced and far stronger than Biria. "Before I kill you, let me ask you something. Why do you think I am the prized lieutenant of the Keepers? Why do you think? Is it because I just wanted to be? Or maybe I just showed them my big, wide eyes and they made me lieutenant? Of course not. It's because I fought my way to the top, crushing weaklings like you, said Nuvsev as he continued his attack against Birya. Birya's helmet came undone rapidly under the onslaught and fury of Nuvsev. As his helmet fell, he screamed in agony. It seemed as though the chamber was too much to bear to the unprotected body of a Miriu. The attacks did not stop no matter how much he screamed. It was in that moment that my internal system became aware of the feeling of pity. Leave him alone! Your fight is with us. Face us and spare his life. We are the ones you want. Remember that! Jaca screamed desperately and bravely, with sweat forming on her forehead. I was able to tell that her vitals were off. Oh, don't you worry. I have plenty of this to go around for everyone. I'll walk over to you just as soon as I am done with this traitor, Nuvsev said as he dropped Birya to face us. On a second thought, I'll give you what you want. Let me just end both your lives. No more games. You will witness the full power of the Miriu. Nuvsev rapidly appeared before Jaca, standing at his full length with his wings extended. He grabbed her from the jacket and tossed her aside with little effort. Jaca wept. I was helpless, pinned down to an apparatus that I understood very little about. But she looked over at me with pleading eyes. I reacted. The feeling of pain flooded my body. My cerebral computer struggled to comprehend it, but the feeling was real. It pained me to see that I was helpless, and the person I was built to protect was about to pay the ultimate price. My core began spinning 3 times as fast, pumping out energy to my severely broken body, energy I never knew I had. It was only because of that spontaneous burst of energy that I knew that I would be able to save her. I broke free and began running towards Nuvsev, straining my mechanical body to the limit, pushing it beyond the things I knew it could do. My core bustled loudly, pushing energy out to each one of my limbs. The ground beneath me cracked with the force that I was exerting. Rage was empowering me, and there was chaos in my system. Comprehension of what was happening was secondary. Human emotions were thriving, and I could barely hold myself together. I felt for the first time, in my short life, what it was like to be human. What it was like to be an angry human. I felt what it was like to put someone before all else in its entirety. In just seconds, I reached him, grabbing him and tossing him away from Jaca. My cerebral computer had already analyzed the best possible counterattack against this so-called God on Earth. I unleashed it upon him with all the fury my mechanical body allowed me to. At the beginning, Nuvsev held his ground, countering me pound per pound and even managing to hold me back. I was ready for this. I was ready to pay the price. I was ready for it all. Parts of my body flew off with his equally powerful attacks. He wasn't giving up that easy. No, he was ready for it also. My system became critical, and I knew I didn't have enough time. I had to move fast. I knew that facing off with him in his own chamber would be the senseless thing I could do. This was his fight to win, but I had to change that. I concentrated my blows to his helmet, taking the risk of leaving my body wide open for his counterattacks. Pain was the only thing my cerebral computer was able to register. As parts of my body were failing, I thought for a second that no matter what I would do, I would lose to this so-called god. But in that instant, his helmet cracked, and his attacks began to slow, and I began to win the battle. No! I can't lose like this! Not to you! Nuvsev wailed as he stopped fighting and tried to put his helmet together. The vibrations are just too much. This can't be happening. This is not over yet. It's too late for you, I'm afraid. I won't be sparing your life. You are too dangerous, I declared as I extended my railgun and pointed it directly at him. Although my gun was a little damaged, it still extended to its full length. He extended his right hand upwards as he held his helmet with the left and said, "Please, spare me. We'll leave your planet. We will leave you alone and never come back. So, please spare me. We'll say that your planet has been cleansed, that we have saved humanity. Just please don't kill me. If you kill me, they will come looking for us. Please don't." He appealed for his life. "Railgun, wait. Perhaps we should consider," Jaker said as my gun charged and electricity particles danced on the floor. "You fool," Nuvsev said as he snapped his fingers. I prepared myself to be captured once again with the apparatus. But nothing happened. Even Nuvsev seemed to be surprised at the stillness of the room. "What? How can this be? How are you not being detained?" Nuvsev asked, completely baffled, snapping his fingers repeatedly. "Perhaps I might have something to do with that," Amadeus said from the far corner of the chamber. "I got in before the doors closed. It seemed to be just in the nick of time." "Amadeus! You're alive!" Jaker screamed in gladness. "Indeed I am," he replied and managed to crack a smile. "It has been a horrible experience to get inside of this ship. Many times I thought it would be impossible, but I was not going to leave my family to face these horrendous creatures by themselves. And so here I am," Amadeus said proudly with his tail hooked up to a control module. "I'm so happy to see you, Amadeus," Jaker exclaimed. "But be careful. It's very dangerous in here." "It looks like you are done," I said, looking down at Nuvsev. No, this cannot be. We are the keepers. We don't lose against insignificant things like you. I am at least ending one of your lives before you end mine," said Nuvsev as he launched himself towards Jaker. Nuvsev moved fast, and I could not fire my railgun in the direction of Jaker. The risk was just too high. Even if I ran after him, Nuvsev only had to reach her to end her life. I was running out of options. In a hasty moment, however, Biria appeared just in the path of Nuvsev and managed to kick him off the direct path of Jaker. As soon as Jaker was clear of the shot, I fired my railgun. Nuvsev disappeared from existence, and I fell to my knees as my body tried to repair itself. As my system checked itself over and over again, only 2 words continuously blinked in my HUD. Repair failure. I knew it wasn't any good. The danger level remained the same, perhaps because of my broken body, and the number of keepers that were outside the chamber trying to get in. Escape. Jacob. I saw him explode into a million different pieces, and I allowed myself to feel hope once again. But I didn't know what to do next. I just knew that we were in a big mess, and that we had to get out quick. Perhaps it would be wise to leave this place, Amadeus said as he approached me. Oh, I am so happy to see you, Amadeus. We thought that the worst had happened to you, I said as I reached out to him, holding him tight. I am a little tougher than that, he responded, looking up at me. We heard a loud clank coming from the direction where Railgun was. It looked as if he was trying to get up, but failed. I immediately ran towards him as I held Amadeus in my arms. Oh my, this doesn't look very good, Amadeus said as we got closer. Railgun was in really bad shape. Many parts of his body were severely damaged. His core sounded as if it would turn off any second. His moves were agitated, and he looked sad even through his visor. Don't worry about me. There is still a little fight left in me. At least enough to get you out of here, Railgun said as he managed to get up and look over at Biria as he lay down on the floor, holding his head. We have other things to worry about right now. We approached Biria slowly and with caution, Railgun with one of his cannons extended. As we got close to him, he muttered, I am on your side. I am against everything the Keepers have done since they got to Earth. I sense no threat coming from him, Railgun declared as he retracted his cannon. Once I was face to face with him and I saw him without his helmet, I could not believe my eyes. He was utterly beautiful. His screen was a light shade of green. He had long, silky white hair and a square chin. He looked so much like a human, though his eyes were a little larger. The only word that came to my mind to describe him was perfect. No other label would do justice. Shaking myself out of it, I eventually said, Prove it! Prove that you are on our side! I knew that he had helped us defeat the prize Lieutenant Nuvsev, which was perhaps the most dangerous of all the Keepers that had arrived here on Earth. But I was in my right mind, and I was not about to trust anyone in a time like this, much more trust any one of their kind. How can we trust you? I insisted. The core. I will tell you how to destroy the core. This will extinguish the life of the Keepers on Earth as we know it. But we have to move quickly. It is only a matter of time before they open the doors to the chambers, and all Miriu who will walk into this chamber will be powerful, said Biria as he struggled to get up. Perhaps it would be wise if we hurry, Amadeus uttered. Do you still have any shots left in your cannons? Biria asked, turning to face Railgun. I do, Railgun answered, tilting his head. Good, then we still have a chance, but we must not waste a single second. Follow me, Biria said as he ran to a control panel near the massive core. Can we trust him? Amadeus asked. Amadeus, now is not the time for these kinds of questions. We have no choice. Unless you know how to take down the core, then he is the only chance we have now, I said as I followed Biria, running with Amadeus in my hands. Railgun, how are you managing? I've calculated that our chances of survival have increased with our newfound alliance. My body is severely damaged, but I will be able to carry out this mission, Railgun answered, unable to lie to me. I felt bad for Railgun, but it was largely because of him that we had made it this far. I had no doubt in my mind that if we were able to succeed, humanity would have a huge debt to pay to him. The core of the Nephalia functions, in human terms, as a big battery. Its energy is funneled using the entirety of the ship as a form of antenna. To destroy it without blowing ourselves up in the process, we need to drain the core to the rest of the ship. I presume that it will take about a minute to drain. However, once we drain the core, the ship will immediately start falling from the sky, Birya explained as we listened intently. This time, Railgun's core began humming at a regular rate once more. I allowed myself to feel a bit of relief thanks to that. How long do we have before we crash land? I asked. We have about 5 minutes before we compromise the ship's integrity and risk getting stuck here. Although the ship is very strong, we don't know what effect it will have with Earth's gravity. It has never been tested this way, he continued as he was working on the control panel. The only problem is that, if my theory is correct, it will take an exuberant amount of firepower to destroy the core. This thing was built to last. How much? Railgun abruptly interrupted. Up to 1 gigajoule in rapid succession, Birya stated, stopping all work. Every strand of confidence I had to possibly getting out of here alive was cut loose after hearing those words. Railgun could not possibly produce that amount of energy. My grandpa and I did not build him that way. We built him so that he would be efficient with what he had. I believe I can do it. We should not waste any more time. Do you have a plan to get out safely? Railgun asked. Wait! How do you believe you can do that, Railgun? You are not assembled to handle that kind of power, I asked, worried, already imagining what Railgun was planning to do. That is correct. But I believe that Dr. Liu had planned for a situation of this magnitude. My secondary core has initiated, and it will only take a few minutes to reach its maximum power, which I believe would be sufficient for the final task, Railgun said with a warm voice. Are you sure? I asked, feeling that I was missing something important. Jacob, if I may, there isn't much time to debate. We have a great number of keepers trying to get inside this chamber, Amadeus said, worried. That is right. We should process now if we are to stand a chance, Birya uttered as he continued working on the control panel once again. Amadeus and I were waiting for Railgun and Birya near a small hatch away from the core of the ship. Birya had said that we would be able to get out of the ship quicker through here. It was an engineering hatch that would lead everywhere in the ship directly, including the outside. We waited anxiously for them. Railgun assumed a new position that I had never seen, with his rails extended a lot further than usual. Particles of electricity were dancing all over him and on the floor around him. Birya began running towards us with a faceless, scared expression. Once Birya reached the half point between us, Railgun aimed the gun slightly up and fired into the core itself. Even with my ears covered with my hands, the sound was intense, making the chamber reverberate. The sound felt heavy on my body, and I began to feel nervous, with my heart pounding faster and faster with every shot. Railgun fired 5 times before there was a blinding flash. just as it reached the highest audible pitch, it all went silent. The core now bled and leaked across the floor, spewing some form of liquid energy plasma across the floor. The walls wobbled. The soaring vocals from the Miriu shook the walls as if trying to get in. The sound of these sirens was like an endless scream of pain, with the added sound of an operatic soprano hitting a high note without taking a single breath. These sounds meshed together like a glorious screech filling out our ears. Birya held his hand to his mouth as if to prevent him from screaming. There was visible pain in his face. When I looked over at Railgun, he was already running towards us at full speed, and I felt the ship shift. We were already descending, and we were descending fast, a lot faster than what Birya had predicted. We were in big trouble. "The code for the door is not working," Birya vociferated, pushing the wall. "Damn it! I didn't know the core would affect the ship this quickly." "Let me try," Amadeus said as he jumped towards the lock. "We must get out now," Railgun said as he walked up to the door. "Stand back," he said as he pointed one arm towards the door and then fired. His lights weren't so bright, and his railgun didn't even seem to be charging. He was slower than usual, but somehow managed. Railgun's shot caused a hole in the door, but it was not large enough for us to fit in. He ran backwards and then rammed the door at full speed using his broad shoulder. But the door left its mark as pieces of him flew off in the process. "No, we can't do that," I argued. "It's the only way. We must move," he said. My eyes got watery, and I felt horrible for what Railgun was enduring. "How many more doors are there before we reach the outside of the ship?" he asked, facing Birya as we felt the ship tilting again. "There are 4 more levels, so 4 more doors like this one," Birya answered, almost not wanting to speak. "Can you break any of them yourself?" Railgun asked as unnatural particles of electricity jolted his body. "No, I'm afraid not. Without the core, we are as strong as a human, maybe just a little stronger," Birya replied with a grave expression. "Very well then. Amadeus, stay next to Jaker and keep your weapons hot at all cost. You stay near me and tell me where to go." We ran. We ran in what seemed to be almost a straight line, and we covered ground fast. It pained me to see Railgun break through each door, as more damage was caused to his body by each one of the doors. As we broke through to the last door and finally saw the dock and buildings within reach, our little moment of relief turned into a dire situation when we saw 2 keepers pointing 2 very large weapons at us. Railgun immediately extended his almost broken cannons and was ready to fire. "Wait!" Birya screamed and then stepped forward just to the side of Railgun. "I know them. They have the mark of research on their armour," he whispered to Railgun. Then he faced the keepers. "What do you want?" I didn't feel good at all. My chest ached, and I was feeling so exhausted that I dropped to my knees. Amadeus ran to my side right away, holding me up using the entirety of his body. I heard Railgun's core speed up as if he was about to fire. I knew that to him, I was the most important thing. "Wait, let them finish," I said weakly. "We are here for you. We heard what happened. So you have sided with the humans, right?" they screamed from across the dock. "Yes, I have made my decision." I will not let our people commit genocide ever again. My place is with humanity, with Earth, with them, Birya enunciated clearly, gesturing at us. The keepers raised their weapons, and then they dropped them. We are with you, then, they said without hesitation. Railgun fired at their weapons, knocking it far out of their reach. He retracted his cannons and came to get me. Before I knew it, I was in his arms, staring down at the rapidly approaching buildings. Without a parachute, I believe that this may be quite an unfortunate end, Miss Liu, Amadeus said with a gulping noise. I had imagined a situation less dire. Can you survive the fall? Railgun asked to the trio of keepers. Our armours will protect us from any fatal injuries, I believe. But at this stage, I believe we have no other choice. We have to jump, Birya replied horribly. Or die on this ship, Amadeus added softly. The keepers only nodded. We'll jump to the nearest building. Amadeus, hold on to me and cover Jaker as best as you can. There will be a lot of debris flying around, Railgun said as he ran back to the edge of the dock to pick up speed. Railgun ran fast with Amadeus and me on his arms. For a few seconds I felt light. I felt what it was like to fly. Moments later, we hit a wall and we began to fall straight down. Railgun and Amadeus's bodies were shaking hard. As I looked up, Railgun was trying to hold on to something on the high-rise building. I heard the clang of debris as it hit their bodies, and saw Railgun's visor crack with a big chunk of falling cement. For a moment, I just had to take in how beautiful this place was, even though it was lightly raining and grey, even though we were just over a city with tall spires and glowing little dots between the streets, and dark oceans with dead dragons. Even if everything had gone to hell, it was still, and always will be, worth fighting for. My ears popped harshly as we descended. The ship was right on top of us, but my eyes would not remain open any longer. I was drifting in and out of consciousness. Stay with us, Jaker, I heard Railgun murmur, probably noticing my eyes close. Just a few more seconds. When I opened my eyes again, I saw Railgun on his knees right in front of me as I lay on the ground. I was disoriented, and my eyes were struggling to adjust without my glasses. A large crowd of people were gathered around me, and I was able to recognize Quan and Shu waving frantically at something. The 3 keepers that jumped were also within the circle, and the people were keeping their distance. You must understand, they can help. Do not get any closer. Give her some room to breathe, Amadeus said desperately to the crowd of people running back and forth, making a perimeter with his stun guns. Move out of the way, cat! We want justice. All of them must pay for what they did. One of the crowd members viciously shouted, followed by many more agreeing. Then, a loud sound from far away, followed by a tremor, made me focus beyond the crowd and onto the fallen ship. The ship didn't look so mighty anymore. It looked fragile, weak, and it was engulfed in almost white flames. Nothing could have survived that. The softest of whispers made me focus back at Railgun. His core sounded frail, and it was getting slower by the second. His right arm was twitching and moving towards me ever so slightly. I understand now, he managed. I got up with whatever little strength I had left and hugged him. He couldn't hug me back, but I felt that he was trying. He was still fighting. Save your energy, Railgun. I'll have you back running in no time. And after that, there will be no more running, no more fighting. Just, please, stay with me, I said, tears rolling down my cheek. I am afraid that, for me, it is just too late. But I understand now, he said, in the faintest of voices. What is it, Railgun? Tell me, I demanded as I tried to be brave and face the unavoidable. I understand now what it is like to fight for someone, what it is like to care for someone, what it is like to feel pain over someone else, and I understand now what it is to be human. For that, I thank you, Railgun said as his core stopped humming completely and his body grew cold. And so, at the end, the space travellers that journeyed so far to come to our planet and wipe us off the face of existence were defeated by a single android that learned how to feel. The juggernaut race, the Miriu, came to a stop at our planet. I didn't have any doubt in my mind that Railgun would be able to defeat the Miriu because of the human emotions he harboured in his cerebral computer. No, in fact, I am sure that it was because of those human emotions that Railgun found the strength to carry on and protect me and this planet. We, as humans, are flawed. We have an imaginary self-importance that made us believe that we have a privileged position in this planet, and that we can do anything to it without consequences. The Miriu taught us that that is not the case. They taught us that what we do to our planet will eventually have a consequence. If they weren't able to destroy us, we will eventually destroy ourselves. They also taught us that we are not alone, that there are other far more ancient and dangerous beings out there. We must do whatever it takes to change our ways, to change the way that we treat nature, so that humanity may survive the long road ahead. We have a lot of work to do in order to restore our planet, but thanks to past events, the human race has undergone a mind change. And I believe that this time, we just might make it. 5 years later. Railgun. My optical sensors adjusted for optimal performance in the dim lighting conditions. I woke up slowly, my eyes blurry and my body cold. At least, that was the description my cerebral computer told me at the time of my awakening. I made out the nice, smooth-faced features of a young woman with a white coat standing before me. My cerebral computer instantly recognized her as Jaker. She was looking at me with hope as well as worry, and I did not understand. Emotions flooded through her that I had yet to properly identify and categorize. From a start-up scan, I was able to read that her heart was beating faster than a human heart normally did, and that she was in great distress. As a reflex, my mechanical body began to alert itself. Hundreds of once dormant senses came to life. I became more aware of my surroundings with each second that passed by. Railgun? Railgun, are you alive? Can you understand me? Her voice wobbled. I turned my unblinking eyes back to her after scanning the room. It was a workshop, and images of my humanoid form plastered the walls. Other images were there as well, including those of a cat and a family. Models of what seemed to be my hardcore and GEL system concept work rested on tables, along with many different species of plants and vegetables. My cerebral computer was so fast and clear that I was able to notice a small collection of past but recent printed news events. Events that I understood had changed the world. I noticed many pictures were on the printed paper. Pictures that caused a sharp pang in my cerebral computer. Among the pictures that caused the most distress were the picture of a cat and an old scientist who went by the name of Dr. Liu, the picture of the woman standing in front of me, and the picture of myself. I processed this information through my cerebral computer located in the hardened steel casing behind my visor. Yes, I pronounced categorically. I can understand you clearly, I said as I tried to adjust my voice for a more human sound. Do you remember me? Do you remember everything that happened? She asked with a worried voice and tears beginning to fall.